Okay, so we read about in the previous live stream for Aquarius that Pluto is currently in Aquarius's constellation and it's retrograded. So we read about Pluto in the 11th house and that it will remain firmly in Aquarius as part of its historic 20-year transit, which is between 2024 2043. So I thought maybe it's going to be there for a really long time, but it looks like it entered this year into the constellation of Aquarius May 16 and will be there until October 15th. October 15th, 2026. Retrograded from 5 degrees to 30. Let's see, from 5 degrees to 3 degrees. So within the first decan of Aquarius is what it looks like. So that's additional information where, let's see, 5 degrees, first decan of Aquarius in tarot looks like so it looks like the 5 of Swords reversed. Five of Swords reversed. So the 5 of Swords reversed the 5 of Swords reversed there. So it signals a turning point in a conflict. It often means moving past a painful argument, letting go of a need to win at all costs, or finally making peace after a period of tension. The key meanings, as far as resolution is concerned, there will also be a subheading talking about regret, another subheading talking about forgiveness, and another subheading talking about lingering strife. So now, as far as resolution, talks about walking away from a fight because it is not worth the emotional cost. As far as regret, it's talking about feeling guilt or shame over a dirty win or mean behavior. As far as forgiveness, talks about making amends, clearing the air, or dropping old resentments. And as far as lingering strife, in some cases a sign that an argument refuses to end, dragging out a bitter stalemate. Okay, so let's see. All right, so, interesting. So anyhow, this Five of Sword. Oh, that's really interesting, right? Because the way that this energy played out in today's current reading, in the general daily reading update, is it looked like there was a highlighted area of concern with some media exposure releasing highly sensitive information that would be rendering hard feelings for someone. They're clutching their pearls, they're turning away, they're embarrassed. So, about this sensitive information that was seen on the 11th state, on the 11th house, which is the world stage, generally speaking symbolically, what the 11th house uh, represents large groups and organizations. So, in that energy making its appearance in the reading today, yeah, it did interestingly kind of move toward forgiveness to a certain extent, acceptance to a certain extent, where someone resolving within themselves to, move away from that situation, may take legal action depending on the severity of the offense and the content that was exposed, etc. And it was interesting to see how much acceptance was moving towards that energy, and also capitalizing, financially benefiting off of this type of content and exposure hitting the net, almost as if the sensitivity regarding it, or what was once regarded as sacred and private, had become a normalized societal norm. So it looks like that's happening in progress more and more, where, for an example, the copyright infringements might kind of seem to be softening around that type of energy. But anyhow, the Five of Swords, just going back to the point of it, at the moment in reverse, and at the moment, the way that the highlighted area of concern was reflecting towards that social media content that was explained, uh, becoming normalized. And that Five of Sword energy is talking about kind of like releasing, uh, signaling a turning point in conflict. Often means moving past a painful argument, letting go of a need to win at all costs, or finally making peace after a period of tension. So that wasn't the only highlighted area of concern, but that was one. But basically, we just finished a general reading for Aquarius, and we'll just finish that reading. So it would be around the point when going through the Celtic cross and focusing on the ninth position, where I believe it was the ninth. Oh, no. It was the eighth position, external energies in the atmosphere moving toward the Corinth. So, and the Eight of Fire was there. So during clarifying that position, there were a lot of other sentiments there too. But anyhow, let's see here. Yeah, the world stage. So generally speaking, just in different houses, that Five of Swords in reverse, I often do talk about whenever I seen the Five of Swords actually in reverse. I had an emphasis to point out, be mindful about if you should have that Five of Swords win at all cost mentality, or if it would be better served to have a choose your battle mentality. So I've been speaking on that when seeing this card, and now just realizing that it has an emphasis when it's in reverse, to resonate with retrogrades in the planetary positions, such as the retrograded uh, Pluto energy that's in the constellation of Aquarius right now. There's also another placement in Aquarius right now that I want to look at, and that is the true node. Didn't talk about the true node, but it's in Aquarius right now. So let's look at, I want to look that up. So a true node in Aquarius means your soul's purpose is to move toward community, innovation, and the greater good, leaving behind the ego-driven habits of the Leo South node. All right, so the North node in Aquarius and Leo's where the South node would be. But that right there gives some, some additional context as to, like, I wonder why. Thank you for hitting the like button. I appreciate your support on the video and on the channel. I wondered why there was so much acceptance around the offense that I was looking at, keeping in mind again that that was not exclusively the content where the Five of Swords would come out in a retro reversed. And then I was reminded, yeah, the Five of Swords made appearances a lot of times, and I would usually always follow it up with the sentiment of, hey, should you have a choose your battle? But I was wondering why there would be such acceptance around in Aquarius's reading in the 11th house just now, that expose that took place, the offense that was on the screen, for example. Like, why was there some acceptance in that? But now looking at the North Node, the true node in Aquarius, and the South Node in Leo currently, and its sentiments describing your soul's purpose is to move toward community, innovation, and the greater good, leaving behind the ego-driven habits of the Leo South Node. Well, in that storyline, actually, Aquarius that we just got out of, it looked like, now that I'm reminded, I almost forgot, hey, there was one scenario where it looked like, for an example, there was a housing situation that was in their benefit. So literally, although it was a hypothetical, but it's coincidental that they were like, oh, well, yeah, now that I see that there's something in it for me, that I'm included in the greater good. Like, it clearly looked like there were others benefiting from the predicament, but there was also something for them that they were looking forward to. It seemed like they were interested in it. So it was like, oh, well, wow, they softened the blow with some collateral, that was beneficial. But I just remembered that detail in the 11th house today, and it was a hypothetical. So now reading the textbook definition of the true node in Aquarius, South Node Leo, it says soul's purpose is to move toward community, innovation, and the greater good. So that was kind of like resonating with that general reading that, oh, well, hey, there's something in it for me. That scenario so happened to be painted like, oh, wait, is that my ops that I hear in the background? And, Aquarius, the 11th house was like, yeah, that is your ops. Oh, what are they doing there? Yeah, well, hey, yeah, they might be staying there, staying with you. Well, actually, no, I do have another, so that played out. No, I'm thinking about me and you are going to move out. I got a new house building for us. But yeah, your ops is going to be staying over here in this house with their new baby, because it was like their niece or somebody that third party obstructive interference, so to speak, but it's family. So you can't really do too much, standing in the way of family. You don't like them, they don't like you, but that's family. And yeah, there's a newborn, there's a new rival. They're staying here. So, but I did think about us, and I thought about you, and we're having another place built. All of that type of stuff. So there was for the greater good of the community. Type of emphasis there. So yeah. So now let's see here. That's talking about the true node. Oh, pardon that. Let's see what else. So the core meaning of the North Node in Aquarius, and then we're going to talk about the South Node in Leo next. But as far as the core meaning of the North Node in Aquarius represents your destiny, future growth, and the uncomfortable yet rewarding path of working with others, questioning groupthink, and serving humanity. So that's interesting too, that there has been a running storyline throughout the houses that we have been seeing, especially playing out in the third house, where there was, the smaller groups, where the 11th house governs the world stage and large groups and organizations, for example. The smaller, more intimate groups like siblings and extended family and even the neighborhoods and, small business type of energies. But the smaller groups have seemed to more center around family and stuff. We're going through conflict, and there was some dissonance and obstructive interference around the family matters. And it was all about alchemizing, because it started to be clear. Like this Three of Pentacles, I feel like expressing that, yes, it feels like there's obstructive energy, but it also feels like there's some sort of resolution taking place. It feels like a gradual uh, moving body that's elevating. And these Three of Pentacles actually are moving more towards its intended, more normalized interpretation of a collaboration with the effort to optimize a situation, improve the situation. That's how the Three of Pentacles is supposed to be interpreted and seen. But lately, matter of fact, it seemed like that's obstructive interference. That's a third party situation. So it's interesting to see how this is uh, a, uh, the North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo energy, where we're starting to see more of a collaboration. Okay, good job, babes. Okay, so now as far as the South Node in Leo represents your comfort zone, past patterns, and an over reliance on personal validation, ego, and needing to be the center of attention. Now that's important. Hey, in the chat, hi everybody. Thank you for your support on the video, on the channel, and interacting in the chat. So that's interesting that we had been talking about, hey, you know what? I've been noticing a more pronounced embodiment of the ego in the fifth house, and also the need to check the ego. Yeah, so we had spoken about that even before realizing on the channel with I'm looking at it, the planet position that is North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. Again, talking about represents your comfort zone, past patterns, and an over-reliance on personal validation, ego, and needing to be the center of attention. The key life lessons here talk about certain subheadings, such as a shift from me to we. A shift from me to we. Also, embrace objectivity. Embrace objectivity. And then the next point here is break outdated models. Break outdated models. So going to the top again, where it talks about a shift from me to we. Move away from needing consistent applause or personal dominance, choosing instead to contribute meaningfully to a collective goal. Again, move away from needing consistent applause or personal dominance, and choosing instead to contribute meaningfully to a collective good. The next subheading here, embrace objectivity. Learn to look at the big picture rather than taking everything personally. And the next highlighted area here is talking about break outdated models. Let go of rigid expectations from authority figures and honor your unique vision for society. And this is interesting, that point right there, talking about breaking outdated models, let go of rigid expectations from authority figures, and honor your unique vision for society. So that's interesting because definitely notice that embodiment in the reading in the 10th house, Capricorn's house, where it was really pronounced talking about challenging, the authority, the abuse of authority, basically the corruption within authority and leaders, people in position of leaderships, that corruption being challenged and revolutionized, and also in tandem working with the second house, wounded warrior, and the second house going also going retrograde. It looked like recently gone retrograde. Yeah, it looked like it. But anyhow, which that retrograde aspect reflects internally raising your value. Okay, but we talked about it, so there's that. All right, so I wanted to look at that, but we also have a goal to move through Aquarius's connections through the 12 houses. So we're looking at the first house here. Just wanted to do some background research, especially about the current position of the planets in the 11th house and otherwise. So we did that. Now to get into the reading here for Aquarius and Aries, aka the first house. All right, great. Also, the first house has Aquarius's regent planet currently stationed in the first house. That's Uranus. So hold on, I thought we were about to move into this house for a second. But let's look up that since we're looking up stuff. Uranus in the first house. Uranus and Aries. All right, so let's see. Uranus in the first house places the planet of sudden change, rebellion, and innovation directly on the ascendant. This placement creates a striking, highly individualistic presence. People with this placement project an unconventional, unpredictable energy, fiercely protecting their personal freedom and rejecting traditional expectations or social norms. All right, so talking about people with this aspect in their natal chart, for an example, but this information I feel is applicable when the planets' current arrangement and placements are in these houses. Uniqueness, you stand out instantly. Others often see you as offbeat, original, or eccentric. All right, about the constant reinnovation. Your self-image refuses to stay rigid. You periodically discard old styles, paths, or mindsets when they feel restrictive. And then as far as the rejection of rules, you naturally resist being labeled, boxed in, or told how to act. So there's even more like how others see you, first impressions. So this right here is starting to lean toward what we're seeing in the houses where raising value, especially noticeable today in the 10th house, in regard to work and career, the way that hypothetical played out, where Yeah, the way that this person couldn't help it was describing Capricorn, for example. Like Capricorn, it feels like even if you didn't just now go to school, but if you did go to school, even if you went to school and had low grades, it looks like energetically your value has just raised. Your intrinsic value has just raised. Like you're, so this right here talking about notice, like you stand out. People are going to notice. You are like, you are cutting edge. You're always doing something different. You know, you're trendsetters with it. Your value is going up in this way because who needs you and who wants you is going up. Those who had taken you for granted and was sleeping on you basically on your potential, and they had an opportunity. They almost had a whole opportunity to get your loyalty when you weren't even really valuing yourself. But it looked like your sense of loyalty, you know, and dedication and etc. You probably would have stayed with them and blessed them, and their value probably would have went up with yours. Type energy. Okay, guys, I could go on and on about that, but that feels like what we're reading. Uranus in the first house. So yeah, first impressions. People notice your electric or surprisingly ener- energy right away. Electric or surprising energy right away. So let's see. It's like makes individuals appear striking, quick-witted, and inherently nonconformist. As far as unpredictability, others may find your sudden shifts in direction exciting or unsettling, as you rarely stick to a predictable script. Definitely was seeing that energy in Pisces in the 12th house. It was like, yo, Pisces, for example, that storyline was playing out where it even looked like there was a divergence between unrefined Pisces, immature Pisces, and the refined Pisces, but eventually they were all converging again and making the same decisions, it looked like collectively, but just on different timelines. But it was talking about some of them was definitely standing in the middle of naysayers, standing their ground, refusing to listen, and pretty much grabbing the bull by the horns and making it and people, you're delusional. This is completely totally by definition in textbook delusional. But it was like that's the type of energy though that we're reading about. Nonconformist, inherently nonconformist. uh and then others may find your sudden shifts in direction exciting or unsettling. So it was like no matter, it almost seems like no matter what these people did, no matter how diabolical or insane or obviously delusional it was, they always seemed to have some supporters collectively like, yeah, 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 cheering them on. So it's like they're either finding your shifts in directions exciting or unsettling, as you rarely stick to a predictable script. As far as freedom loving, it's talking about maintaining personal space and autonomy matters more to you than maintaining social conformity. So, maintaining personal space and autonomy matters more to you than maintaining social conformity. All right, so that's talking about the North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. All right, guys, now let's see if we can move ahead. Looking at Aquarius's connections in the first house. Let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aquarius in the first house connections. Aquarius and Aries, the 11th, and the first house connections. All right. So the energy is moving in this house currently in this short-term energy reading. Uh, with harmony, balance, harmony, beauty, 50-50, reciprocity, stability, longevity. Here you can pick up longevity in the Nine of Pentacles because Pentacles are slow moving. Here it looks like the stability and the suit of fire and passion and the fours numerically, symbolically spoken of. And the apprentice making that appearance, talking about moving into a new beginning. So feels like there's been, yeah, sustainability here, harmony, beauty, balance here, and heading into a new chapter. So this is a straightforward reading that looks like a steady flow, a steady, harmonious, beautiful flow here with Aquarius and Aries, 11th and first house connections. So let's take a look at our next connection, which will be looking at Aquarius in the second house. All right, so we have mentioned that the second house currently has Chiron, the wounded warrior, in a retrograde orientation right now. Talking about raising your value, raising value systems, and inwardly catalyzed internally. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aquarius and second house connections, Aquarius and Taurus, 11th house and second house. All right. So off the page, I need additional context. Putting the reading into our current standard operating procedural equation. We're looking at our first position elementally, numerically in sequence according to its element, and minor or major arcana. So we're looking at a minor arcana here in the suit of Pentacles, Earth, the slowest moving energy in the deck. Also at the top of the totem pole as far as values systems are concerned. Queen of Pentacles points us directly to, there's potential pointing directly to Capricorn energy, the 10th house energy that governs work, career, standards, expectations, rules, regulations. And with that, then it also governs the boundary crossing, rule breaking, overindulgences, toxicity, addictions, etc. So potentially overall starting to be described as a checklist. Let's see, there's also some embodiment that points to the sixth house, Virgo's house, a house of daily routine, service, health. And the second house, which governs, we're in the second house, Taurus, value systems. And personal income. We move into the second position, and there's the sun. So I like to not forget that This often embodies God blessed it. It represents, type energy. What was done in the dark comes to the light, an expose, so to speak, which points more to why I need to continue getting additional information, because I want to double check and see if anything had been exposed, or if something else has happened. Because continuing to work here in the fifth house, for an example, new arrivals potentially could be conception information there, something to do with the ego potentially, as the ego has begun to make a pronounced appearance in the fifth house as well. Leo's energy is here strongly. And let's see what else. Well, we also have been getting some information in the fifth house as it pertains to some investments. The second house and the 11th house may deal with this, especially as it pertains to market values. And so for those who are interested in that type of information, here we are, a place where you could potentially look for it in the second and 11th house. Because again, the world stage, and then we're looking at market values. It does feel like for those of you who are more familiar with this type of investment, you may off the top resonate exactly where the sector may be more personal income, where the second house governs more so, versus the seventh house, which deals with shared resources of the value systems and the money and exchanges, commodities, etc. Or the, let's see, where else do we look, etc., etc. Let's see. Because those would potentially indicate a different sector in the market. And the reason why I'm talking about the market is that Aquarius's embodiment. They're the world stage, these type of commodities. So let's see what else is. Where's the other one? The eighth house, other people's monies. So now that I'm thinking about it, just because we're taking notes and jotting off information, so around taxes, tax season, we may find ourselves looking here. Oh, see, it would point to the eighth house in Aquarius. Where's the other one? Oh. Risky investments, though. Right there. So it's like, technically, I would look probably Aquarius in the fifth house to get more in-depth reading about that. But interestingly enough, there's potential for this embodiment to be here in the second house, as it's on the stage in the second house. But we're looking at second house and 11th house. So the world stage, commodity, like the global markets, personal personal realized profits, income, but as it pertains to risky behaviors, etc. Hey, I just etched it out there personally. Sometimes I'm shooting in the dark and I can't put it together, but I'm throwing it out there for anybody else's benefit that might. Let's see what else is being stated though. Let's back it up. Queen of Pentacles, the Sun being here, and then the Apprentice representing a new chapter, a new beginning. It's between the two of them, Taurus and Aquarius. Let's get a look. Let's get some more information. Let's continue here. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to continue clarifying these positions. Interesting. So far, the additional information here, I still feel like there is a. I still want a. Yeah, I still need additional information because right here, there's still potential for multifaceted interpretations. And this is my, third position, which points to future energy. So we could leave it on a cliffhanger, to be continued. Uh, and this is interesting too because now as far as that equation, it's like I, look at the energy as it takes the stage. What am I looking at? I'm looking at pentacles. Even the clarifier gives me pentacles here. Where's the transformative energy? I'm looking for transformative energy, and then I'm trying to gauge the output, so that I can look here and see, how this energy, which is at the top of the totem pole as far as value, and how it made its, position on the stage, if it diminished in value, if it, translated, you know, to a different value. But technically, this energy is not quite available, and these are two transformative major arcana energies, and the present and near future positions. So, for this connection, it still kind of feels like to be continued, but at the moment, it appears to be good. Things are good. Things are very good right now. There's cohesiveness, there's abundance. So it almost also points to the 11th and 2nd house again, as far as the symbols, more so than Taurus and Aquarius, but take it how it might resonate. Where though we've been seeing a running storyline in the 5th house where risky investments are, for an example, and we've seen right here, there was a gradient of when risky behavior was advantageous. So risky investments, for an example, was advantageous, but it started to look unpredictable over here and potentially volatile over there. So that storyline resonates to carry over here, and we've already mentioned it to add to another confirmation, because we already mentioned 5th house. We seen 5th house right there. So now additional context continues to point to the 5th house, and we're talking about risky investments, and then you guys will see how the storyline resonates still. So you will see it, in the schematical form here in the diagram, how it energetically looks in this house. Looks really good. So the sentiment that was talked about in that context in the 5th house, we touched on it today. It's been a running storyline, so we went in such depth that I don't need to necessarily expound on it any further in this reading, except for to remind us of that storyline, and you would find it in the 5th house. So let's see here. And what else? Yep, need additional context. Need additional context. Over here too, it looks like there was some type of energy talking about a new arrival. Oh my goodness. So interesting. New arrivals. This one seems to kind of resonate with, interestingly enough, those conceptions that had the new arrival, and there was questions in regard to the paternity. Kind of resonates over here too. So now why would that type of energy appear in the 2nd and 11th house? with what was being stated so far, and just the houses altogether, generally speaking, it would suggest that the laws pertaining to paternity might be going through a change. And those of you who are up on that type of information may confirm, because I'm not, if that is something that is actually happening right now. But it almost feels like there could be some global impact as far as like paternity rules and regulations concerning those. But anyways, that's just as far as why is it making its presence in the 2nd and 11th house. And also, like, why am I looking at it in this context where it made the stage before the question of eternity? We talked about it. Was it in the 5th house or was it in the 6th? Sorry, my memory does not. But we talked about it today. Why am I looking at this energy and then this and this over here like that? Where are you getting the legal component from? Well, the 2nd house governs Hierophant. The Hierophant talks about those contracts, agreements, and then it also has Venus, the justice type energy where the scales are, and there's legalities over there too. The world stage is where it involves, like, everybody's could be impacted and influenced by this new dynamic. And where are you getting that from? Let me see where else. Ooh, the Queen of Pentacles pointing to the 10th house. That also deals with rules, regulations, boundaries, expectations, Saturn energy. But then what else about that? The checklist. Anyways, guys, I just try to help pull everything back in and explain my process to the best of my ability. Some things are just also intuitively felt. But let me see what else here. What could be stated? I feel like, we could repeat it, but then it's been mentioned. But about, people, the collective on the world stage coming to terms with looking at what's good for the collective versus individual benefits. So, for an example, matter of fact, speaking on that, I'm glad I continued because it was like, whoo. Speaking on that, we talked about the 5th house. Matter of fact, the South Node in the 5th house. Talking about people or the personified embodiments that used to capitalize off of self-centered benefit. However, it was articulated better when I was reading it off of Google. Kind of getting this exposed, and it's starting to shift towards what's good, not just for the individual benefit, but what's good for the greater good, the collective on the world stage type energy. So in a sense, this expose, the sun being here, shining on the Hermit, tends to reflect that, where some, because now this expose, and you're starting to see some people didn't have the best intentions. They had, there was too much abuse of the power of, the people in positions of trust on a more personalized, 2nd house, talking about like personal income type energy. Too much exploitation that took place with people in positions of trust. For an example, it could be, the mother, for an example. Too much abuse of power, of the leverage of, the trust. Let her tell us who the father is. And not being, ethical in that position of trust. To, the expose and the realization that this is on the world, this is on the legal, this is impacting a lot of people, where the figure that was in position of trust and legalities leaned and already had, this embodiment, this personified person in trust. The legal system was leaning more toward this benefactor that was abusing their power. So talking about the ego and expose, to start moving towards what's good for the collective good. What else? Well, we're already starting to see storylines where, based on how things go here, will dictate how things will go in this placement. And then we're technically left on a cliffhanger to see the output because we're still looking at these highly transformative major arcana embodiments. So to be continued, that data is technically not available for now. Let's see, how else can we look at this connection? Of course, there could be some eloping taking place here, where people in the collective are getting married. They might have a small, intimate wedding. They may be eloping, Tauruses and Aquariuses. And walking into their new beginning. I mean, in that sense, what is the Nine of Swords there for? There's double meaning there. Like, is that regret, or is it more of the surprise, the giddiness, and oh wow, never, this is so exciting. Haven't done that before. Kind of speaking to that Pluto that we read about. Pluto in Aquarius, the 11th house type energy. Was it Pluto there that was talking about it, or was it the North Node? I forgot. It's in the beginning. We talked about it in the beginning of this live stream. The excitement of going against the grain type, like, I don't know who's gonna love it or hate it, but we did it, and it is what it is, and we eloped type energy. But let's see what else could be described. So hopefully those storylines, those hypotheticals, give some rough context. So if anybody's storyline applies, you can fit it to your personal scenario and get some resonance there. But let's see what else there, because some of this needed to be continued to work on it. So let's see, what is this? Alright, so I feel like that clarifier there leaves us on a to be continued. To be continued. This Two of Swords. So I'm going to clarify that and put a pin, because I forgot to put a pin in that interpretation that we just had. So let's put a pin in that and continue looking. Yeah, but the way I pulled this clarifier, that was the only outcome I could have had, was to be continued. So it reminds me, put a pin in that previous reading as complete. And then let me take a look. Start over here. And double check. Check my work, just in case. Well, that's interesting. I feel like there was a reiteration. A reiteration, yes, to be continued, yes, to a swords type energy. Uh, some indecisiveness. The scenario of the eloping looks of looks official. Like that was confirmed. I feel like there too. Five of Pentacles, weathering the storm, out on your own, the lone wolf type energy, eloping, getting that done. That looks like that's confirmed for some. Aquarius, Taurus is maybe thinking about doing that. So if, because the Five of Pentacles could be someone single, a lone wolf that's single, or it could be them in their relationship. This is one that's locked in and it's us against the world type energy. It almost looks like the proposal, the planning, everything, the eloping, them getting married privately on a need to know basis type energy. Maybe there was a small reception. Maybe it was just them, and then it's done. They did it. So let me see what else. Oh, as far as the paternity issue and all like that was talking about on the world stage, that too resonates here as a potential. And that's still a hypothetical that I use to fit the energy so it could be read. But for an example, so here is the legalities, that right there. Potentially somebody in a position of trust was abusing their power in secret, like covertly, but it looked like were those rights were protected at once upon a time, but there may be a question about it. So some legalities and for the collective, for the higher good. We're looking at a collective. This page here could likely be representing a child, a youth, in the family matters, maybe the court system, yeah. This could also represent the conception, going through the fertilization process and etc. Yeah. It's like for the better good of the family, some adjustments being made on the world stage and the judicial system to help. So that scenario seems to resonate there. And then there in that context, where's the Nine of Swords? Is it shame or is it tears of joy? And then with that scenario too, the King of Swords points to Aquarius's energy technically, but it also points to the seventh house, which is the house of marriage. It resonates over here with this justice, because there's Libra's energy, and that's the King of Swords points to not only Aquarius but also Libra and Gemini, the third house. So currently, for example, Gemini's house dealing with the third house is the family, that smaller group. family, siblings, the dynamic there, the smaller groups. Also could just be like the legalities, a court case, for example, for a family in particular, but then on the world stage, a lot of cases coming up with the same type of storyline. But that would have third house energy, starting to get additional storylines that could fit into that third house where we're looking at the obstructive dissonance there within the family matters, and we're looking at it looked like court, now with additional context that this storyline fits there too, with the rendering of court decisions, and the decision, the ruling was going to impact the family in a particular way. And it was almost curious, like, why is the family so involved in this personal relationship? But this could be one of those reasons, especially because it's not just the couple involved, but now we have, the children in the lieu of things. So depending on how things go, this is something that could impact the family altogether. Whereas, hey, according to the paternity, which family is going to step in, to compensate and to, pick up. And for that matter, yeah, because that's just a hypothetical. So other storylines could fit there. So let's see, what else are we looking at? So hopefully those are enough examples to show how this is a reiteration of what's already been stated. Okay. Additional information provided mostly pointed to houses like the 11th house, 7th house, 3rd house, 7th house again. Oh, 6th house. 6th house. Don't forget that. There's that Virgo energy, 6th house. How does the 6th house, and then the 5th house, Leo's energy, 10th house, Capricorn, 2nd house, Taurus, and 6th house, Virgo. Sixth house, Virgo, Page of Pentacles. So symbolically, how does the 6th house talk about it? Because we talked about how the 10th house falls into the equation, and how it starts to pull in 2nd house with the Hierophant, the documents, the rules, regulation, hard line thought patterns, groupthink in the 11th house. But for example, philosophical perspectives, where these philosophical perspectives, hardwired and ingrained, even on a global stage with societal norms, under expose now type energy. So we talked about how the 10th house pulls into this thing, and expose, yeah, where some are still, anyhow, what was I going to say? There's still some hard lines of this is how it's supposed to be. This is how it's been for a long time, and all of a sudden having to go through the change. 9 of Swords. And that's what was described in the beginning of the reading, talking about the North Node, South Node placements in Aquarius, Leo, and was talking about with the Pluto going retrograde in the 11th house type energy. We talked about it. Okay, so what else was there going to be? Oh, so we talked about how the 2nd house, which we're in right now, looking at its connection with Aquarius, how the 10th house, how the 6th, how does the 6th house, the house of service, the house of health, daily routines type energy. Also, the Hermit coming in there, talking about something that is kind of concealed in a certain extent. And being healed also. Okay, guys, so there we go. 5th house again, we talked about ego. We talked about risky investments. We talked about conceptions. We talked about the courtship, the courtship and romance. So what about the courtship and the romance? Well, here we talked about some eloping taking place there. Okay. Anything else? So hopefully that helps see and show the trajectory of the way the 11th house is moving in the second, in tandem with the second house. So how's about, do we have enough information to talk about Taurus and Aquarius's relationship? Well, let's see here. Right here, it seems without this clarifier, yeah, there's a higher likelihood that talks about this connection is on a good path. They have an established, healthy connection that has longevity in it. You know, it looks like this connection could be leading to the marriage that was described. So the Taurus and Aquarian could be thinking about eloping or getting a small little get together, marriage proposal type of situation. There could be a new arrival on the horizon for them. They could be, keeping everything kind of private. If, there is a new arrival conception, could talk about them enjoying that surprise together and intimately, just realizing they have this abundant joy coming towards them in the near future. So this describes a very beautiful, intimate relationship. It seems to be describing also, two lone wolves. They appear to be pretty private, but as described, but their life is looking pretty exciting and pretty good. This looks like a team. They might be at the moment kind of dealing with reclusivity in their relationship. At the moment they're enjoying some private time for themselves. It looks like that could be a high likelihood, or there's definitely, like I said, something exciting in their connection that they could just be maintaining to themselves and enjoying and experiencing that joy and bliss, and on a need to know basis, probably only those who need to know what's going on. If there is a little bit of drama going on in their life, it looks like they're also handling it very professionally with decorum and, refinement, and there looks like they're kind of keeping that on a need to know basis too, as far as the Taurus and Aquarius is concerned. And it looks like if there's some strife in their connection where they might be disconnecting, they might be on the verge of maybe experiencing a separation. So it looks like they're also, it feels like there's a sense of privacy and decorum even in that. But here would look like, a new beginning, a new chapter after, dissolving their connection. But again, it feels like if that is the case, they're handling it really smoothly and for the most part with their own self, very orderly. Because otherwise, if it was radical and crazy, there's definitely other energy that will be on the stage. But you see how it's really classy and kind of just well composed. It looks like there's an order going on in the way they conduct themselves and deal with things. And it even feels like there's a sense of, you know, decorum in the release and them starting a new chapter. Here, it looks like somebody's even dealing with the grief kind of in silence, and within themselves type energy. But there is a lower likelihood of that separation than there is for the connections that are harmonious and doing well. The reason saying that too is because there's only a slight indication of that right here in the Five of Pentacles, and the Five of Pentacles itself has multifaceted interpretations, and most of those interpretations that are felt are still positive. So I feel like a small percentage of those connections that could be moving in that direction. But altogether, like was said, all in all, this would be to be continued because the hardcore information is not quite available of how the outcome is. Let's see. So, yeah, that's pretty much what we are looking at here in this house. And so we can move on to look at the Aquarian in the third house connections, which is Aquarius with Gemini. So let's take a look in just a moment. Okay, Aquarius in the third house, aka Gemini. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Gemini and Aquarius, the third and 11th house. All right. So here it looks like there's a high probability for reconciliation to take place. And a reconciliation to take place, a ruling in your favor to be made. So as far as the 11th and 3rd house, a ruling on the world stage to the global good, the global collective good, a ruling made in their favor. Kind of as we were looking at in the second house, talking about that in more detail. Let's see what else. In the third house, Aquarius and Gemini. Yeah, but reconciliation is taking place. Uh, Right here in this house, the King of Pentacles, no wonder we felt second house energy there, because the King of Pentacles also is Taurus's energy, the second house energy on the stage there. And I was wondering, why do I feel like here too feels like the 11th and 3rd house would be a house to look at in regard to investments, investment opportunity, investment, speculation, data, because the 3rd house governs data, information, technology, type of energy on the world stage. With that King of Pentacles, there'd be like some market energy around here, market data potentially. But interestingly enough, however, we're in this house, the King of Pentacles. So what are we talking about? Aquarius and Gemini coming on the stage with second house energy. Let's see. Not just second house, 10th house for Capricorn, 6th house with Virgo. Yeah. Well, we in the second, good thing we read for the second house already, because we already seen on the stage there's like some collective judicial concerns on the table. And the 3rd house may govern basically the way that these new laws are being drafted, the communication and such, how they're being deliberated. And it almost leans toward too that, especially with the current energies in the air and Aquarius's general reading, how we've seen social media and global influence taking a heavy part of the collection of data, making it easier for groups that are going through the same grievances to come together and to work together and to establish certain movements, and they can organize and collaborate together in their movements and furthering petitions and getting like class act, suits together and etc. We talked about this type of energy hitting the social media big screens with collective input and exposes taking place. So that energy is taking its stance here on the stage in the 3rd and 11th house. So let's see what else. Well, let's see about the Gemini and the Aquarius connection, though. It looks like they're headed towards reconciliations, a ruling made in their favor. We're going to get some additional context. Reminder to revisit the current planetary positions. We went over those in this beginning of the live stream as it pertains to Aquarius, aka the 11th house. The 3rd house, which is Gemini's house, currently has, yeah, Uranus energy in there. So no wonder. It's like, well, I'm picking this up. Yeah, which is Aquarius's regent planet. So Uranus is currently, last time we checked it, which was earlier today, Uranus is at 5 degrees, so it's still in the 1st decan of Gemini. Uranus. So yeah, that talks about, and I feel like that confirms on the world stage, some legislation likely going through a change. You know, Uranus goes against the grain. Uranus type energy is about rebellions and revolutions. So there, you know, talks about a change of a status quo, of a norm. So there's confirmation about that as it pertains to the 3rd and 11th house. What else are we going to look at? I put that Uranus, 3rd house. There's something I was going to look at. Oh, yeah, I was going to look at. Let's take a look since we're here. The 1st decan of Gemini and what that looks like. The 1st decan of Gemini and what that looks like. Gemini, 1st decan is the 8 of Swords. Okay, just because we're here, the 2nd decan is the 9 of Swords. 3rd decan is the 10 of Swords. Now, as far as the 1st decan, again, that is Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, 1st decan, 8 of Swords, Jupiter in Gemini. 2nd decan, 9 of Swords, is Mars in Gemini. And the 3rd decan, 10 of Swords, is the Sun in Gemini. All right. But the 1st decan, going back there, again, that is the 8 of Swords. And that's just interesting because currently in the 3rd house reading in the generals today, no wonder that 8 of Swords took a pronounced position in that reading. Definitely 8 of Swords was very prolific in today's reading. The 8 of Swords. That is so interesting. No wonder too, guys, because that 8 of Swords came around that Wheel of Fortune, that spin cycle energy. It was like something's trying to dislodge you out of here. Something's trying to kick you on up out of there. But they were holding on for dear life. Like, no, I'm not letting go. Why aren't you letting go? For some cases, it was like their loyalty. I don't even know, and I don't care. I can't even focus on your question because I'm so busy holding on. I'll get back to you later. I'm just holding on. Type energy. That's 8 of Swords. And where's that spin cycle talking about? Because is it Jupiter? Jupiter. That is that spin cycle, right? And Jupiter is the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Jupiter. And it was interesting because the Wheel of Fortune was embodied in some places coming out with the Hangman. So I was like, whoa, y'all, this is wild. And talk about order within chaos. So, yeah, the Eight of Swords, the first deacon of Gemini. The first deacon of Gemini. Eight of Swords. So remember this one. The Eight of Swords. Holding on. Holding on. But at some point, they had to let go. And it was within divine timing. Because it was just like, how much are you willing to take? But at the same time, it was still, talking about locked in. Lock in. I don't know. It was just like that too. Like, I don't know, lock in, but we went through it in the third house. That was today's literal reading. All right. So anyhow, let's get back to it. Just wanted to double check and see what's going on. Aquarius's regent planet is currently in the third house right now. In real time. All right, so let's see here. Mm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. So what's interesting is that was crazy too. The song that came, I don't know all the words. If you really, really want it, dum 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 dum. All you gotta do is get up on it, dum dum dum. I don't know what's going on with that, but let me see what's going on. So what's interesting about this is our standard operating procedure, which I just got comfortable introducing, is starting to change up. Just when I got comfortable with that one, it's starting to change up. Well, no wonder. Uranus is in the third house. Just when you think you can get comfortable with something, hold on. But wait, there's more. uh, because my transformative energies are here with this major arcana, the judgment, and my transformative energy is here in two placements with the apprentice. So the output of the culmination of everything, the output is not available. It's still going through the transformative bodies right here off the page. So don't have that information. And even here, technically, it looks like, where is the transformative energy at? In a minor arcana, it looks like right here. In a minor arcana, it looks like right here. So interesting that I'm picking up the transformative embodiment in the clarifier right here. And it starts to make sense, like, oh, okay, yeah, the judgment. The judgment is that transformative. But it's interesting how I found it in the minor arcana down here. Without the minor arcana there, would I see it in the cards without that? Not necessarily. That's why I pulled the clarifiers. Not necessarily, because these are still transformative, and I don't know the data that I'm missing off the page, which is these cards, is are they moving together in unison as a couple, into their new chapter, or are they moving solo dolo on their own into their new chapter, especially considering, reconciliations or even the judgment, a ruling made in their favor, what does it look like? So that data wasn't necessarily available. It's very vague over here. So I had to pull some clarifiers to get context. So what also resonates, generally speaking, is that the transformative body embodiment in the standard operating procedural equation was likely taking place here in this position, which is in the middle of the spread. Lately, though, however, we started to see, especially I think starting in the ninth house today, Sagittarius's house, the house of higher learning and travel, that transformative embodiment was here. Interesting enough, there goes the Queen of Fire, which does have subtle Sagittarian energy there, the Alchemist. It largely points to the first house because that's Aries energy. And then you would also have the Leo's energy there too, the fifth house. Interesting. Fifth house, first house, and ninth house. Well, that's the Queen of Fire. So the Queen of Fire, without any particular sign taking the stage there, because all signs are present, and we're currently in Aquarius and Gemini's connection, third house, 11th house there. But being on the world's, stage, and the three of the third house. There could be, some particular signs because we're looking at the world stage. So a lot of signs are going to be in this house, and in those connections. So again, to refresh, the first house had some. Let's see, first house currently Aries house has Neptune in the first decan. Neptune. And the first house also has Saturn. Okay, so that Saturn energy is the world stage, world card, the world card, the world card. So as far as that's interesting to see Saturn energy right here. Saturn energy right there, because currently in the first house, Saturn is in the second decan. So that gives us the world card here. So then it starts to make some sense here, but with still the world card, this is the first major arcana. The world card is the last major arcana. So in a way, they're right side by side each other, and we actually seen those cards come out recently, if not today, literally. The world card and the apprentice, but it was talking about, it just indicates that after going through a lot of ups and downs, trials and tribulations, life lessons, and learning, learning those lessons, mastering those lessons, and then ascending in one's karmic cycle and headed towards their new beginning, with the apprentice being there too. So that's the indication of that, which really resonates and harmonizes with this judgment card there, a ruling being made in one's favor. It's almost to suggest, man, that ruling. But we already described how prolific it is on the world stage and how the hardwired principles of societal norms are starting to be under question, and there's more collective input to want to start making some revolutionary changes. So, yeah, a lot of that would just naturally render life lessons on the world stage. In the third house, talking about communication, logic, information, describing, for example, the litigations and the lawyers' verbiage, and the lawyers in this case, we talked about it. And interestingly enough, looking at the 11th house and the current readings that we did today, the lawyers in this on this stage has largely become social media influencers, and just the social media, the the innovation of technology being used on the world stage to collect data and to bring these cases to the world's stage for their own analysis. Seven of Pentacles taking place. So it's interesting to look at the litigations and the information provided being those. This is so interesting. Kind of like the Republic. We the people by the people, re-emerging and asserting themselves on the stage. That's very interesting too, right? Wow, guys. Looking at energetically the potential of we the people, by the people, for the people, are starting to make a revolutionary resurgence or change on the stage to start speaking. Where it's interesting because some others have been saying, whoa, for an example, in my country, this is not that's not the way, it's supposed to go. What happened to we the people by the people, you know? But we talked about it, how the energies are talking about this revolution where, trusted figures of authority are starting to be questioned, and we talked about it. And if they've been looking like they're abusing power, then so that's third house and 11th house energy taking the stage here, looking like whoa. And it looks like the third house. I felt it, but then it's like, where do you see that in the? It felt like, and now I'm seeing the context of it, that these feel like smaller groups and organizations that are making these subtle milestones in progress of, it's the smaller yet big cases that are going to be building blocks for bigger cases to, with the class act type suits. Like first it might be a smaller body, a small collective, a personal storyline, somebody who, and then more and more people get the same orders and the same, and then the class act. And then so it starts in the small body and then it moves to the bigger stage. There's a high likelihood and potential for that is being described. Now let's see about the Gemini and the Aquarius. What about that? Oh, what about their reconciliations? So it almost suggests for these connections that are at a distance currently, it looks like so we have had some running storylines with the Gemini and Aquariuses on the channel, and it did look like there was a high likelihood that these people of interest involved in the connection, they either each had their own relationship dynamic that they were dealing with. So it didn't really ever have a large body within the collective speaking to their own personal relationship. It always seemed like there was another connection that was in, that they were both in. For some, not all. But that was the pronounced energy on the stage talking about that. So they were just touch and go, connecting, touch and go, rescue missions, touch and go, checking in on one another, touch and go. And so it looked like there was a high probability of these being acquaintances and friends, maybe even family. Again, looking at the third house part of it, that does govern siblings and family, extended family. On occasion, it did look like there could be some sneaky link type energies, but technically, is it a sneaky link if you guys aren't married? And but it looked like you were. There was a part of the collective that wasn't married on paper, but energetically, it looked like they were in another connection, but they were doing a touch and go and kind of linking up at times, and having some adult activity, rolling around in the sack, and then getting back to business type energy. But for those storylines, this one might even say there might be, it looks like for those storylines, okay, here goes a hypothetical again to just give some context for a storyline to fit, but you'd have to take the hypothetical out if it doesn't resonate and see if the energies fit. But like for those type of storylines, those the sneaky link or the touch and goes, for all we know, there's not really a sneaky link. The sneaky link, the obstructive interference could just be both of these people single, available, bachelor, bachelorettes, busy in their life. They got goals going on, you know, their own household is running and they barely have time to kind of sneak away or get away. That would be the sneaky link. Get away and make time for each other. And then they're back at it, back to business, dealing with their busy life. And, those are the connections that could, after a while, like, oh, we've been in and out, touch and go for a minute, but finally the dust starts to settle. What's up with it though? You know, what about it? Is there something here? So that could potentially be what's going on. What's up with it? Is there something here? But also going back to the sixth house daily routine type thing. For an example, they could always kind of set to link up on a Thursday at 7 type, whatever. And there could be like a Thursday at 7 coming up and they're like, oh, can you meet? And they're kind of like, oh, you know what? This Thursday at 7, I don't know. We might not. We might not. It looks kind of tight. It could be that type. Hey, I wonder, you know, the daily routines, the plans, the checklist, sixth house, Virgo, 10th house, Capricorn, Taurus, second house, they could have some money set aside, to make this is like a smooth transactional thing, but, they could have had some money set aside for them and their dates. This could be a connection where they too, this couple, this marriage, are so busy in their life and, they kind of carry away with their own modes. And that seemed to be a storyline that took place too, mostly in Capricorns. I think 10th house. I forgot which house it was. But so this couple was moving really smooth. They're busy on their own. They have an understanding. Even those connections that have an understanding, but they live in different houses, because some connections like that type of freedom and that type of, they like to have their own house, for example. But anyhow, those type of connections, they live together. Hey, babe, what about date night tonight? Well, you know what, babe? I don't know, babe. I want to do it, and we can do it if, how you feel about it. But, honey, I could kind of stay at work a little bit later, get some overtime, or I happen to kind of be delayed. I was supposed to be over here by this time, but I'm over here. For those who might commute or be long distance relationships, but that type of dynamic could be over here. Like, okay, well, let's schedule next time. Or, okay, but we got to make it real, but I don't see it touching down. Okay, let's schedule next time, because I don't see that actually happening. It looks like it's still in the thought process. It looks like, oh, we thought about it. But babes, no, not this time. Okay, honey, well, then they kind of go their own way. Missed that opportunity for whatever reasons. But that was just one scenario that, like I said, hypothetical to go in that space potentially. Okay, what else are we seeing here? But as far as the marriage couples, the best I can get about a marriage couple over here is that they live together. They're very, very busy. And it looks like they might be so busy they got to schedule their quality time. And it looks like for those married couples, it looks like they might postpone and say, hey, babe, yeah, let's definitely, we got to do that, honey, but we might have to push out a little, not this weekend, but okay, babe, hey, you know what? Let's not even put a date on it right now because I'm really busy too. And yeah, because we're working on this. So the marriage couple, because we got this, babe, we got that, and how much, yeah, babe. And you know what? Instead of going there, let's put the money over here instead. Okay, hon, let's talk about it later. Okay, that type of energy in those marriage connection. That's what it looks like to me. That's how the energy is moving in this house at the moment. Let's take a look at the 11th house connection with the 4th house, Cancer. Let's see. All right. Hey, chat. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. I appreciate you so much for making it possible for this place to exist. Okay, Aquarius in the 4th house, aka Cancer's house. Currently, the planet placements in Cancer's house, aka the 4th house, is we have Mars actually in the first decan of Mars at 8 degrees last checked early this morning. So Mars is currently in the 4th house. Interesting. So let's see. The first deacon. The first deacon in Cancer's house, the fourth house, is Mars. Hold on. First deacon in Cancer's house is going to be the Two of Cups. So by the way, the Three of Cups is Mercury in Cancer. And the Four of Cups is the Moon in Cancer. All right, but back to the first deacon of Cancer relating to the Two of Cups. Now, what does that look like with Mars's influence there? The Two of Cups, the first deacon of Cancer. The first deacon in Cancer and the Two of Cups also is Venus in Cancer. Venus in Cancer, the Two of Cups. Again, the Three of Cups, Mercury in Cancer. The Four of Cups, the Moon in Cancer. So let's take a look here. Oh, hey guys in the chat. Oh, subscriber, thank you for being subscribed. Doing good. Thank you for liking the video. And so you guys also, thanks for interacting in the chat. Oh, thank you. Yay, I appreciate you guys so much. That's awesome. So these are general readings currently that I'm working on, and as far as the free reading sessions, I will thank you for inspiring me. I appreciate the encouragement that those are likable content. So we'll do that as soon as possible and they're intended for subscribers, so thank you for that. So let's see here. Look at Mars in Cancer, Mars in the first house. So those sessions for free readings for subscribers, it's intended for subscribers. I don't want to blindside anybody if and when I put up a subscriber mode for those who have been subscribed for 30 days or more. So that could happen at any time. But for now, I haven't put the subscriber mode on. And they will be the videos that have yes or no questions. Those are the free ones for subscribers at the moment. So let's see here. Oh yeah, Mars and Cancer. It's interesting too. It's reminding me that currently what is in the first house? Currently, nope, that's Saturn in the first house. Saturn is in the first house. But what about Mars? So Mars is an astrological placement where the assertive action-driven planet of drive and conflict enters the sensitive, protective water sign of the crab. So you know what I want to go ahead and do I was just thinking, because that was really nice that when I came to read the comment section, it looks like the person that placed that comment liked the video and also interacted in the chat in real time, as if to let me know that they were there in the audience waiting. So with that type of encouraging energy, I am inspired to do that yes, no, free reading session as soon as possible. I am waiting though, because I do need to do the 12th house, and then probably likely after the 12th house we'll be able to do it. Yeah, I'm thinking, but it might be before then. But as soon as I can. So let's see. Mars in Cancer is an astrological placement where the assertive, action driven planet of drive and conflict enters the sensitive, protective water sign of the crab. This is interesting. Because, as a matter of fact, it was in the 11th house. Guys. It was in the 11th house. General reading that we literally saw. I was looking for Cancer's energy, guys. Remember? Oh my gosh. I was looking for Cancer's energy there. And remember, we finally found it in the fifth, and that was the fifth position with the 5 of fire. And I said, wow, guys, it looks like it's blocked. But it looks like that block is protection. Literally said that. And I said, guys, this is where Cancer's energy is, the 4th house. It's right there. And so that was in today's 11th house reading. And coincidentally, we're in the 11th house looking at the 4th house connection. And also consequently, it was totally Cancer's energy because it was the Queen of Cups there. And I said, guys, this is technically pointing us straight to Cancer, straight to the 4th house, guys. But then we also looked at the other water signs that were there. And guys, we also have Pisces energy, the 12th house. And Pisces energy, I believe, was on the stage. So we went through all of that, guys. But look, it resonates with Mars's energy in Cancer currently. An astrological placement where the assertive, action-driven planet of drive and conflict enters the sensitive, protective water sign of the crab. Let's not forget those crabs, talking about their archetype, their symbolic moniker. The crab is protective. They're very protective. Okay. So let's see here. It says, because Mars prefers direct action and Cancer prefers emotional safety, this placement is considered to be in its fall, meaning the energy is awkward, defensive, and less straightforward. Ooh, yo, interesting. Let's not forget, Cancers they definitely have mastered the art of ghosting. But Cancers usually do it in a way where you remember them saying goodbye. But it usually happens in such a subtle way that when they disappear, the person doesn't notice that they've disappeared, checked out. And technically it's their fault that they didn't notice Cancer disappear. There's a reason why Cancers disappear, but it's usually because they already said goodbye before they checked out, before they made that exit. But anyhow, let's get into it some more. Didn't want to go too far away. Let's see, because Mars prefers direct action and Cancer prefers emotional safety. This placement is considered to be in its fall, meaning the energy is awkward, defensive, and less straightforward. And remember, what were we looking at in the, we were looking for the first decan of Cancer. Why were we looking for the first decan of Cancer? Because currently Mars is in the first decan of Cancer. Right at that 2 of Cup energy, Mars. So it almost tends to suggest that the dissonance in these connections are circumstantial, like conditional, like there's influence right now that catalyzes the dissonance and the conflict, the aggression, the awkwardness, the pink elephant in the room. And interestingly enough, there's placements that are also governing raising values inwardly, the catalysts that are taking place externally in the real world are being felt internally, where one is being moved to raise their value, raise their standards, they feel. Yes, protective of their intrinsic value. Let's see what else. So no wonder we were picking up such conflict in one of the daily readings, and I don't think those readings made it to the live to the channel. They got interrupted during the process stage, but it got heated at one time looking at the fourth house and the conflict going on there, the protective measures, and it looked like somebody was leveraging their power in a very awkward, uncomfortable, pink elephant in the room type way. But let's get into it some more. The key traits and characteristics have some subheadings here, including indirect action. Another subheading talking about fierce protection. Another subheading talking about defensiveness. Another subheading talking about passive aggression. Another subheading talking about deep loyalty. Deep loyalty at the same time. So this is very interesting because these type of characteristics can become very weaponized in leveraging and deleveraging someone who has deep loyal, either a person of interest that has deep loyalties. Going on to talk more about the indirect action, instead of charging ahead, people or transits which with this placement move carefully, read the room, and use indirect methods to get what they want. You see how that could be weaponized? Indirect action, instead of charging ahead, people or transits with this placement move carefully, read the room, and use indirect methods to get what they want. Fierce protection, as far as that's concerned, motivation comes from a deep desire to protect loved ones, family, home, and emotional security. As far as defensiveness, people under this influence take things very personally and can react with quick defensiveness when their boundaries or feelings are threatened. Yeah, and that reading, that was a very pronounced embodiment because it was literally, I was looking at one of those in the connection, and it felt like it was Cancer's energy. Just there was a pink elephant in the room, and one of the attributes of the pink elephant was that it was holding all of the cards, all of the power, you know, and it was a pink elephant because it almost looked unethical, basically. Like, that's not fair. But it is what it is. Almost as if someone put them in that, hello, the one who had the deep loyalty blindly put them in that position of power. And instead of, giving credit where credit is due, instead of maintaining the compassionate, connection, love, affection that put their person in position of this deep, loyal position of empowering them, then all of a sudden they became a big pink elephant in the room holding all the cards and all the power and all the leverage and was weaponizing it against the loyal person in the connection, the one who gave them all the power in the first place blindly out of trust and love. And when they wanted to start addressing, like, honey, for an example, babe, you got all the covers on your side, honey, I'm cold. Can you share the blanket? No! Whoa, babe, I'm cold. I'm shivering. No! What do you mean? Hold on. Turn on the lights. Let's get up. Let's talk about this. Are you kidding? You gotta be. This is a joke, right? No. Whoa, babe, what's going on? This is serious. Hold on. Let's make some coffee. No. No, but there I go with my additional. Remember that time back in 1976? Babe, were we even born in 1960? Listen to me and be quiet. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. Listen.
back in the day in 1970s. Baby, it's 3 o'clock. I gotta go to. Listen to me. Be quiet.
My dog. Uh, that type of energy, though. Like, guys, I'm getting carried away. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, babes. I'll keep it down for you. Let's see what's going on. Defensiveness. So, people under this influence take things very personally and can react with quick defensiveness when their boundaries or feelings are threatened. Passive aggression. Frustrations may not always lead to loud arguments. Instead, they can manifest as quiet grudges, moodiness, or subtle passive aggressive behavior. In deep loyalty, once an emotional bond is formed, this placement offers unmatched loyalty and will defend those they care about with great tenacity. All right, so there you go. Okay, so hey, thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello and interacting in the chat and on the video. So let's see there. So I wanted to read about that first and foremost, but yeah, so these Two of Cups, that's where Mars is currently is, man. That's in the heart of hearts, man. Right in the bosom. Right in the bosom. It's like, darn, you know? Ugh. And it's not necessarily the Two of Cups in reverse either. You know, it's not necessarily. Context is everything, but it's right in there. Ooh, and you know what's interesting? What I'm seeing here for the first time too is this lion head right there in the middle, right there in the middle. And it's almost, in context is everything, the ego, the fifth house. Man, a lot of ego bruising in the midst of Mars in the heart, the heart of things. Let's take a look though. Let's get more context. Alright, I appreciate your support so much on the channel and on the video. So here we go. We're going to get into this. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aquarius and the fourth house. Cancer's house. The 11th house and the fourth house. Okay. So, we'll get some additional context. However, it feels like all the time taken to look at the astrological positions and look and talk about the symbolisms as we did, this layout really describes that type of energy, and it's hard not to see it. The King of Pentacles in the first position, the Justice in the second position, and the Ten of Swords in the third position. This position represents energies from the recent past, this one in the present, the second position, the present, and the third position, the future energy. So you can see the trajectory and the way energy is moving. You see the King of Pentacles here on the stage, moving through the Justice, which has legalities. It also has the embodiment that's supposed to represent 50-50, reciprocity, balance, harmony, I was going to say justice. And this is the justice card. That's right. But it also embodies legalities, the legal system potentially. And you know, these legalities, they don't necessarily have to be, I was going to say, they don't necessarily have to be those on the world stage court system, but then I'm remembering we're in the 11th house, which does govern the world stage and large groups and organizations too. So actually, I was going to say it doesn't have to be, but it does look like there's the potential that things can head in that direction, especially if the couples aren't able to come to a resolution within their own privacy of their own home, the fourth house. This is private, you know. Matter of fact, when we got into the world stage and we were looking at Cancer's energy there on the stage in the sixth position it was, and I said, guys, where is Cancer's energy, guys? I feel like it's right up under here. And it was really kind of, I geeked out at how it was, because before it was confirmed that, yep, there it is right there. I said, guys, it's behind here, the 5 of fire. And I feel like there's some protection behind it. Guys, I don't know what's going on with that, but etc., etc. You'll see it was recorded already. We did that part 2. It was more realized in the 11th house. So we just did that. But hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Let me get back into it. So, yeah. But see there's the 10 of swords. Darn it. So as far as our standard operating procedural equation that we've started to use here and fit, where we said, well, we come on the stage and we look at the value of the element. We look at its sequential order. We look at it in the suit of major and/or minor arcana. So we have a minor arcana. It's at the top of the totem pole as far as value is concerned. It's the King of Pentacles at the top. And we look at it moving through the transformative body on the stage here in the second position, which is the Justice of Major Arcana. And I say, well, when I'm over here and I don't see pentacles anymore, what happened to my pentacles? What happened to my high grade pentacle in this case, the King of Pentacles? Is there a reduction? Is there a loss of value? What happened? Well, definitely loss of value. Definitely a reduction. This is a severe reduction and a severe loss of value. Whoa. Now, remember the archetype for this card embodiment points to the Sun in Gemini. So with that Sun being in Gemini, in context is everything, it points to there is very likely to be justice served. Very likely justice served. Context is everything. We have the justice embodiment right here. And how do you say that? Because the Sun in Gemini, the third house, which we're in the fourth house now, the Sun in Gemini gives intellectual data, high level, high vibrational, masterful information, intellectual data, receipts, justice. Because in context, this looks like there was definitely wrongdoing. In context, the King of Pentacles does not deserve this. So justice. Justice. So it does go also to resonate with the running storyline as we have started to see happen on the world stage in the 11th house, which we're here we are, where it looked like some family matters, you know, we're entering on the world stage. We talked about it, and it looked like justice was going to be served because there was a lot of, you know, cases with similar infractions where there's a person of trust abusing their leverage, abusing their authority, and their actions are starting to be seen as very much self serving and against the higher good of the greater collective, in this case, the family. So we talked about it, and here is resonance with that storyline as well. You could just see the energetic embodiments here of how it looks like injustice this is injustice. And so more and more people are starting to gather their data. We talked about it already, presented, collected, to presented for legislation. And it looks like there's a movement now going to, you know, start making some adjustments to justice. All right, so we talked about that. So here's the resonance and confirmation of those energies there. And what else as far as the 4th house, 11th house, Cancer, Aquarius's connections? Okay, so at times this card right here is talking about X-rated adult context. This is the card that sometimes does talk about that. And so here it looks like, you know, we need additional context to see the double meaning there, if we're leaning more towards injustice or if we're leaning more towards a reconciliation, or a reconciliation could be, but it more so looks like a renewal of vows. You know, it looks like a marriage could take place and honeymoon energy over there, but it's looking really funny in context because there's a higher, right now at the moment, a higher translation talking about injustice over there, but so let's take a look there because there's double meaning, but we could be, like I said, looking at a honeymoon type energy. And I want to say reconciliation, but if that took place, it almost looks like that happened in the past already, and you guys have moved on and started working on your connection. And yeah, in a honeymoon type of a stage. So let's see if the clarifiers will point us in that direction. All right. Let's look at the clarifiers over here. All right, so on the top of the deck, we just happen to have soulmate, chemistry, unrequited love, deception, past life relationship, attraction, soulmate, chemistry, getting to know each other, you deserve love, love yourself first, pay attention to red flags, chemistry, flirt, pay attention to the red flags, religious factors, love yourself first, soulmate. All right, so we're starting to see a repeat. So interestingly enough, okay, it was more so resonating with the offense. And it was also describing potential, it looked like Black Widow type energy of the lure, you know, of the enticement, of the seduction, where that Ten of Swords could also look like the romance of adult activity taking place, but it also was looking like kind of coercing, manipulating, subduing, lowering their walls for disembodiment type energies, where it was all mixed, intertwined with somebody's seduction. And pay attention to the red flags: deception, unrequited love. So it's like, but then chemistry, flirt, passion, you know, so attraction, so there's that. And what, so that there, it's interesting. But then again, that kind of gives context to why a connection of family concern, where there's a, abuse of power and et cetera, et cetera. Uh, and now also, I'm glad I'm being reminded to not emphasize any particular gender, because there could be gender war going on. So almost like anybody could get it. Women and men alike could be finessed and, deleveraged, and injustice happen. That's what we're looking at there. So it almost looks like, well, if there is a reconciliation and passion, even outside of the world stage where the houses are concerned, but for the Cancer and Aquarian, for an example, is pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention to unrequited love, love yourself first type energy. But there also looks like too, because here's the equation, I'm trying to describe the way energy is moving, so you could put your situation and use your discernment and do your research to see, because there also looks like there's potential, like I said, for reconciliation to have taken place, a renewal of vows to have taken place. So in the past, this connection could have had all of those toxic concerns, but hopefully we were looking at those concerns had been worked out in the past, which is what it had looked like. It's like if there was a reconciliation, I don't really see that here. It looks more like these couples have worked out their differences and they've already, grown closer together and moving towards experiencing their passion and their connection. And this suggests there might still be some issues and toxicity moving ahead as they're working on their connection. And pay attention to the red flags. So, so there it points me back to the fourth house, where it says, well, these, this justice energy, addressing the pink elephant in the room, there's potential that the couples involved can deal with it personally amongst themselves. They don't necessarily need to take things to the world stage, to the court systems. They could, find justice within themselves and find equitability and sensibilities and heal their connection. They could do that within themselves, within themselves. So there's the potential of that taking place too. And for example, and we talked about it, was it the third house that we talked about it? Gemini and the sun type energy, pay attention to the red flags today was standing out to suggest those are trigger warnings, red flags to, oh babe, look, we're doing it again. Let's, let's file that away. Let's don't let this affect us right now. But it is one of those pink elephants that we've agreed to talk about it. Let's work about it. Let's work on this later, when we're both prepared. That takes a refined, mature couple to, okay, let's, to go in. That's a possibility. I mean, we talked about it in the third house. I think it was Gemini's house. If it wasn't that house, it might have been the seventh house. I forgot which house it was. Amar, I hear you, baby, but I need you to be quiet. Okay? That's enough. Stop barking. You guys be quiet. All right, so that's how the energy is moving currently in this house. Let's move to our next house, which is the fifth house, Leo. And we'll look at Aquarius in the fifth house, Leo. Let's see. Okay, let's continue working on it. Goodness. Because that song, hey chat, thank you guys for stopping by, interacting with me. I appreciate your support on the video and on the channel. That song that says, I want to run to you. Ooh, that one came to mind. I want to run to you. Ooh. I need to learn some new songs and stuff because I only have a certain amount of songs I can refer to. But that one came into my mind at this one. Aquarius and Leo energy. So what it looks like is... It looks like you guys might have like a surprise for your person. Your person has a surprise for you. It could also be some rescue mission of sorts, though, too. You could be in duress over here type energy. And your person's movements looks like they're moving towards you as fast as they can get to you. So again, you know, there could be a new arrival, and conception is one of the things that the fifth house talks about too. Could be a new arrival. This could be like the embodiment that expresses, for example, like maybe contractions, someone's water about to break, for example, delivery about to take place, and your person moving towards you so they could be there. Or you've already had, you know, the new arrivals already made their appearance on the stage, families coming towards you, loved ones coming towards you, the world stage type, you know, depending on your influence or whatever's taking place there, coming towards you to show their respects and to see, oh wow. Because this Nine of Swords can be the, oh wow, oh my goodness, look, oh, the little cute little baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh my god. Oh. But let's see what else that type of energy could be. Oh yeah, again with the, well, here's the transformative. So when we come out with the Queen of Pentacles in the first position, And then we move it through this transformative energy over here and see what the output is. What happened to my pentacles? Oh, you have the King of Swords here. Well, we're in Aquarius's reading. And we have the Chariot clarifying. Oh, there goes the fourth house, the nucleus, the family. It's like, where do you get that new conception energy for? We're in the fifth house. Looking at the Chariot, that's the fourth house, the nucleus, the family. Look at the Queen of Pentacles. She's holding a little baby in her arms. You know, this could still be in the womb, or she could have given, birth. But that, for one, is where you find it. This is Venus, love. Um, so let's see here. What else? Oh, yeah. So what happened to my pentacles? Well, there goes the King of Swords. This is Aquarius's energy and rushing on the way. Well, that energy well spent? Well, it makes sense. Yes. What happened to your pentacles? They're over here. They're making their way over to you over here. Of course, the Queen of Pentacles points to the 10th house, checklist type energy, standards, expectations, rules, regulations. Could be like a baby shower, or if you are going to the hospital, there's checklists. You got to be this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do that. And maybe there could be pressure there with all of that too, but hey, help is on the way type energy. The courtship in this case includes those coming to cater to you, to tend to you on the world stage type energy, large groups, organizations. So if there's help, if we have a single person here and the world stage, this energy tends to lean toward organizations designed to help is available, help is on the way. And we started to also see, hey, where did that appearance make a place today? But it was on the stage talking about, guys, if anybody is looking for help in regard to some housing issues, there goes the fourth house type energy, Cancer's energy, the nucleus energy. So now it's even looks like help is available. It does look like it could be deteriorating. You might want to check in, look now, because later, I think that was part of the storyline. It might not be as available. Well, okay. Well, in context of everything that has been discussed, especially in the 11th house, especially with some family matters, looks like there's potential to revamp rules, regulations. They might start to make certain adjustments, kind of similar to the Roe versus Wade. I'm not sure if it'll do that, but it looks like it has potential to maybe be as dynamically transformative as something like that on the world stage. So it almost looks like, well, if there's something going on that you need to happen now, looks like a good time to tap in and start getting those resources together. So that was a highlighted area of concern that was mentioned, described in our readings today. Maybe it was Virgo's house, the sixth house, the house of assistance and health, for example. But it looks like that could be something red here in this fifth house, 11th house energy. And there goes the legalities. Like this could be the government assistance type programs, the authority systems governing housing, indoor assistance for this type of situation potentially being available. It's available, it's on the way. But then we're kind of off the page, so I would have to say I don't have the data to see how this house will really be influenced, because that data is unavailable. And as far as now, what we're seeing is help is on the way. So that would be something that I would take into context with other house readings and start to see, well, I don't know, this this assistance might not be affected on the same timeline as the other situation. And actually, it looks like there's a high likelihood that it is the case because just reflecting back to those storylines, it looked like they at the moment were mostly probably dealing with smaller groups, smaller, isolated situational individual situations, but it looked like there was also the potential for the collective body to start collecting those isolated cases with, like, kind of like a class action type of mentality. But that would be like information that may apply here as to why I don't know what will happen here. That information is not available, but it almost looks like these services might still have a running timeline that's not expiring. It's possible. This is a short-term reading. So there you have that. So let's see. And now as far as the Leo and Aquarius connection, what is this saying? Let's see here. I want to run to you. I want to run to you. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. I want to hold you in my arms. Keep you safe from harm. But yeah, it looks like you guys might be meeting up after a while. It's been a while. And you can't wait to see each other. So that looks like a high likelihood for the reading here for you guys. So let's pull some additional clarifiers to double check and see. But I am going to put a pin in that reading as a finalized translation of what's seen, as the clarifiers have the potential to reiterate, redirect, or expound upon. So let's see. Soulmate is on the top. New love. This could be the one. You deserve love. Finances and career. We talked about the finances and career part of it. Getting to know each other. Soulmate. Okay, guys. So I feel like that is a clarifier there. That basically restates what was said. Okay, so there we have it. That's the trajectory and the way the energy is currently moving with Aquarius in the 5th house connections. Aquarius and Leo. So in just a moment, we'll move to our next house, which is going to look at Aquarius and Virgo connections. I'm gonna hold you in my arms and keep you safe from harm. Okay, so here we go. Aquarius in the 6th house, Virgo's house. Aquarius and Virgo, 11th house and 6th house connections. Mm. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Virgo and Aquarius, 11th house and 6th house connections. Okay. All right. That's interesting. So here it looks like there is likelihood to a missed opportunity, or an ace in the hole, an ace in the pocket. Somebody's ace in the hole. Because these cards came out in a neutral orientation, so it's not upright, it's not reversed, so it feels like it's unrealized potential. And it does look like unrealized, very good potential here, with the Eight of Pentacles resonating with sixth house, a work embodiment, a service embodiment, and the Nine of Pentacles, rendering indications of success, peace, harmony. It's a Venus in Virgo, so again about the acts of love and service. So it looks like it could be an ace in the hole, an ace in the pocket. And then in the clarifiers, upright, the Queen of Pentacles technically points us to Capricorn's energy, which signifies, again, well, talking about like the work and the service, but the rules, the regulations, the expectations, and boundaries. And with those established boundaries and rules, that also gives indication of violations and toxicity, overindulgences, addictions, etc. So with that type of energy of a checklist and those high rules, regulations type energy could also basically give context why it's unrealized and it's neutral, it's unused at the moment is what it looks like. An ace in the pocket. Okay, and so it's interesting as the storyline, or as the standard operating procedural equation goes. Look at the input here. Look at the quality, the grade, the sequential order, its elemental value, and if it's major or minor arcana type energy. So there's a lot of value. There's a lot of potential here. So then in the case, the thing about it though is that it's neutral, right? Unrealized, untapped into is what's being indicated here. If there's potential, a lot of high potential here, but it feels like it's neutral. So when you talk about that part, unrealized potential moving through the transformative embodiment, which is the apprentice, which is the cerro, major arcana 0 type, so a new beginning. So here, the clarifying energy surrounding here, you also see the apprentice embodiment, the apprentice, the 0 major arcana being restated twice with its own card. But there's additional information here with the 2 of fire here, okay, which is confirming what was felt over here about its unrealized potential, but ace in the pocket type energy, where the 2 of fire is looking on their horizon, they're looking on the terrain of their journey from the biggest vantage point to see what they can see, start making adjustments, calculations, prioritizing, reprioritizing, etc. as needed. Looking at the horizon to see what's out there, what's on there, etc., what's needed. So it's almost as if there's a new chapter, there's a new journey, a new beginning. And as we move into the next placement, which talks about future energy here, you see the Page of Pentacles there. Again, that's Virgo's energy in a minor arcana. So where did the Pentacles go? Unrealized, untapped in the previous chapter. And here it is on the other side. So in a way, this looks like a not diminished value. Not diminished value. But here's the value here. Now there's a lot of potential over here. Queen, 9 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles. So just to have a page on this side, it feels like it's not even tapping into the height of the potential, but just a little bit. But over here too, talking about the new beginning, but then looking at the stage to see what's going on, the potential of tapping into unrealized energy over here. It's also resonating over here because here's the 8 of Cups, which suggests also walking away, detaching, as embodied in the Apprentice, a new chapter, moving toward a new beginning. But then you look at the 3 of Fire, what's coming towards them, standing on the edge of the dock of the bay, waiting for their ships to come in. So it's like they're assessing here with the 2 of Fire, numerically and symbolically speaking, getting balanced within themselves in order to find balance with others would be in the 4, but we have the 3. So it's like assessing the situation neutrally and objectively, and then looking and checking to see what is magnetically attracted to them, what are they attracted to type energy. So there goes the Virgo energy, 6th house energy, and then potentially on the world stage, as it is in the 11th house, large groups, organizations. So this is interesting. Now the running storylines is interesting because a while back the 11th house had a storyline that was so interesting. Let's see here. And the Page of Pentacles took the stage, and the Aquarian, it was kind of like talking about pay the toll, pay the price to be the boss type energy. And the Aquarian was like, didn't want to pay that price because It felt like you're supposed to be of service type energy, right? But you're not. It was almost like the Aquarian just realized, even like with premonition, foreknowledge, intuition, like, but I could feel that you're not up and running type. Like you won't be. You're set up to serve or provide a service or something to that extent, and I gotta pay the price to be the boss type energy, or pay the and then I kind of started laughing because I'm like, I'm sorry, Virgo, to for lack of expression, but pay the troll on the toll. you know. I'm sorry, but it was just looking like that. So Aquarius was like, I guess I'll go ahead and pay the toll, but I already know that you're not gonna be, you're so the Aquarian just respectfully got, I don't even have the words. Probably Aquarius didn't even say that. They just rolled up their sleeves and did it themselves type energy. Rolled up their sleeves and did it themselves. And even in that storyline, it looked like, okay, just in case, because I couldn't, it was almost like they couldn't wait. They couldn't wait for them to follow through with what they were supposed to. So there goes the checklist type energy. This is what you're supposed to do. This is your service, and what you're supposed to do about it. But for some reason, unrealized, untapped, looked like there was gonna be a delay. And it was interesting in that reading. Even in that reading, it was like, oh, Aquarius, they did it. There they go. They're over there waiting for you. It felt like that, but then it was like, yeah. And a good thing though that I rolled up my sleeves and I did it too. But it was almost like, so they're met right where they were supposed to. And matter of fact, with the clarifier, the Eight of Cups right there, and you see them moving and walking on, as like you see how even there's an element of ascension as they're walking on. It's like they did that. They did the work. Here it is, right here, stacked up. They did it. It's water energy. I feel like moon, yeah, Aquarius, the moon in Aquarius, Seven of Swords. How did you do that, Aquarius? What did you do? The game is to be sold, not told, my young grasshopper. Type energy. You gotta be on a need to know basis to see how I pulled that off. Type energy, pulling rabbits out of their hat, flipping negatives into positives, and it was like for the greatest, biggest, greater good. Definitely, you know, definitely lace their pockets real nicely, and other people got a trickle down effect. Like it was just Aquarius has been in a beautiful, beautiful energy. Talking about the most beautiful Seven of Swords, you'll see it comes in Aquarius, and they're the ones that be carrying them because that's their sword for real. The moon in Aquarius. And don't sleep on the devious diabolical swords they carry too. Sometimes you gotta know. But anyhow, it's a beautiful Seven of Swords, and I really like it in the sixth house too, because that's the house of service and health, and you know all of those things. It's supposed to help, supposed to be a helper. Shoot, for all we know, these workers that work for that task force, for all we know, they turned their backs. They turned around. Like, all right, Aquarius, go ahead and go through, pay the toll to be the boss type, pay the price to be the boss type energy. For all we know, they paid them little task force workers to turn around. Hey, listen, you don't want to see this, okay? The names have been changed to protect the innocent type energy. For all we know, all right, go on, Aquarius, do what you gotta do. We ain't looking. Low key, we know that what you're doing, you have to do it. Yeah, the revolutionaries taking the stage. Like, y'all gotta do that for sure, for sure. Matter of fact, that looks like some energy in the seventh house that started to take place when Venus's energy was in this sixth house. Yeah, man, that rescue mission that was going on, and them task force that came in overtime, they would just cut off work and then they got called in to come back. That almost feels like that type of energy. I don't know if y'all are following me, but I'm geeking out. Like, whoa, there we go. We're seeing it again in the sixth house and the 11th house connection. All right, there we are. Okay, yeah, y'all. Can we turn around now? Yeah, it's cool. You turn around. Here we go. All right, Aquarius, here you go.
Just as you requested, Aquarius. There it is. I don't know, guys. That's what it almost looks like. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, what else? Take it how it resonates, though, because there's some storylines like, yeah, that's cute. That's cute, Virgo to Aquarius to Virgo. That's cute, Virgo. But you know, low key, he wasn't ready for me. Y'all, we're just gonna give you grace, almost like you could have been knocked off your square, you know, for what you know, but because of thanks to us, you don't have to give us credit. You're in that neutral orientation. Get it together, Virgo. Get it together. Okay, Aquarius, you right. Low key, Aquarius. All right, no, I'm about to go on and geek out and be silly. I was like, low key, Aquarius snuck him a little sleeper dozer, knocked us out. No, I'm just kidding, y'all. Seven of Swords in Aquarius. Let's see what goes on. That was total jokey jokes. But anyhow, that's the energy. It's a follow-up storyline. It feels like that's confirmation of that type energy. Let's see what goes on. But how do you read this for the? Because that was more so 6th house, 11th house reading. But what is it really saying? Because that was a lot of what do you call that? Onomatopoeia type of a reading. Ooh, ah, wow, ooh, oh my goodness. Yay! Hurrah, 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 hurrah. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. But what are you saying for real? That was a complete reading. Put a pin in it. Now let's see what else. Um, it's almost like I gotta finish developing because the deck started breaking apart and being funny. Telling a story in its own way. Let's get it together. Let's see. Let's try this again. But yo, that's interesting because the way that these cards came out, kind of like fell out of the deck in a neutral orientation, I had to take it. I had to. We're recording this in real time. Everybody saw that cards hit dunked on the table while I was handling the deck. I was like, whoa, well, gotta take those. What is it? It's in a neutral orientation. So that is what it is. Matter of fact, without the additional clarifiers for a second, let's take a look at that. Okay, so without the clarifiers and without the humor, and I do feel like that was a finished storyline, but it's almost like who has ears to hear, let them hear. You know, who has eyes to see, let them see. But as far as this one is concerned, it does look like a missed potential, uh, a missed opportunity, and it does look like somebody might be finding themselves like, oh, you know, where did my Virgo go? Oh, where is my Aquarius? Where are they? And they're over here. That energy, like they could be over here, kind of left out in the cold, a missed opportunity. You got left behind because when it was time, you wasn't ready. Type energy. I mean, off the page, I can't help but to see that part for some. You know, it's almost as if this, as a matter of fact, it's like, whose energy is this? But this is Virgo and Jim. No, no, no. Is that Aquarius? Hold on. Who is it? Energy is in The Apprentice. I always gotta double check that one. Whose energy is in The Apprentice? The Apprentice. Yeah, that is Aquarius. As I'll say, oh, it looks like Aquarius could have been like, Virgo, where are you, Virgo? Virgo's over here, neutral. What are you doing, Virgo? Well, we gotta go, guys. You know. And then here goes Virgo over here.
Here I am. So I need additional context to see what happened. It almost looks like there could have been a missed opportunity. Uh, the timing was off. Like, what are you guys doing? Sleeping? Dozing off? In your hermit cave? What's going on over there? Where are you at? But it felt like that's that type of energy. And then here they are. But it's almost a question. That's why I had to pull additional cards. Almost a question of, well, are you too late? Are you just on time? Let's see. All right. So let's see here. All right, guys. So the interesting about that is, hello, chat. Thank you guys for your support on the video and on the channel and interacting with me in the chat. I appreciate you guys so much. So excited to see the channel begin to grow, and it couldn't be possible without you. OGs holding it down. Thank you for those of you who came through with donations when that opportunity was available. Oh, I'm so grateful for you. New subscribers, making it possible for us to grow. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Let's see what's going on here about the, oh yeah, because we talked about the Five of Swords today and realized that those Five of Swords are in reverse. I generally mention it automatically like a standard operating procedure to the best of my ability, but it's in reverse because of what and why? Was it some Aquarius of the North? Was it the North Node in Aquarius and the South Node in Leo? And then it was the Five of Swords, which is, where's the Five of Swords? We did it to get to today. 3, 4. Let's see. 2, 3, 4 is in Libra. The Two of Swords, 3 of 4. 2 of Swords, 3 of Swords, 4 of Swords. That's Libras. Where is my Five of Swords? Oh, that is Aquarius. Okay, glad we did it. Took the time. Yes, first decan of Aquarius. That's right, retrograde, because it was Pluto in Aquarius right now. In the first decan, retrograde, right? Let me double check my notes. Yes, that's correct. Pluto is currently retrograded in the 11th house. That puts it in reverse. Mm. Mm. Let's read about Pluto retrograde. Did we do that already? Because I think we more so studied the Five of Swords and found, where that is and what it looks like retrograded. But what about Pluto and Aquarius? We might have done it already. We might do it a couple more times.
Pluto in retrograde in Aquarius. It says Pluto retrograde in Aquarius runs from May 6th to October 15, 2026. Yeah, I think we read this already. Shifting external collective pressures into a deep internal period of personal transformation. Oh, I think that is resonance that was talking about in the first storyline where I put a pin in it, and the and I was kind of joking around, but it resonates now with the Pluto in retrograde. Like, hey, Virgo, the Aquarius telling the Virgo, hey, Virgo, tapping them on it. Yo, I popped your collar for you type energy, Yeah, we just keep that to ourselves, but we helped you out. Don't mention it, Virgo, Um, yeah, because it was like Aquarius was like, Virgo, where are you, Virgo? Are you asleep? What's going on? You know? And it's like, and then to confirm that energy, which is interesting, right? Virgo, where are you? We explained it. Come on, Virgo, it's time to go type energy, right? Virgo, where are you? Virgo, it's time to go. Are you ready to go? That was a clarifier. And then it's interesting. You guys saw the cards come out. Virgo, there goes Virgo. Where are you, Virgo? Where are they? You know, are you asleep? There goes the Seven of Swords, probably checking it out. Yeah, you know. What are y'all doing back here? And there goes that storyline being confirmed right there. And in the first storyline of Onomatopoeias, it was, oh, Aquarius, all right, yeah, you need us to turn our backs for a second. Yeah, I got some things going down. Oh, it goes down, right? We feel you, we got you. Or in the other context, Virgo, where are you, Virgo? Where'd Virgo go? Oh, what y'all doing? What y'all doing over here, down here? Well, let's look at it. What you got going on? Well, Aquarius, we got this going on right here. Oh, yeah? Hmm. And then right there, it's more underground. Five of Swords went underground type energy. Choose your battles is what it talks about, right? In the reverse, choose your battles. It's not a win at all cost mentality. So there goes that confirmation. Oh yeah, Virgo, you got that? Yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, all right, Virgo, we got you. Yo, Aquarius, low key, you gotta pay that toll. Oh man, I gotta pay that toll for real. Y'all can't do me a solid one. Oh, you want us to get in trouble? Nah, of course not. Type energy, I don't know, y'all. That's what that's looking like. All right, low key, low key. Take it how it resonates, though. But otherwise, yeah, Virgo, where are you? Virgo's not ready for whatever reasons, and they're over here now, internally dealing with the conflict as described with Pluto in retrograde. So let's see what it says about Pluto in retrograde, because I think I'm still being generous in my little fairy tale and fantasies. It could be a missed opportunity. I'm like, oh man, but I still do feel like it could be a missed opportunity, but kind of like, yeah, Aquarius, they some of those Virgos weren't ready. And there goes that part. Some weren't ready, some were ready. There goes the part about some were ready. Upright. Some may have been like, oh yeah, we're getting ready, but we're gonna be fashionably late. Some may have just said no, we'll pass on that one. Or maybe altogether missed opportunity. Altogether missed opportunity. But even it feels like in that context, there's a missed opportunity per se. But still, the Aquarian, and I feel like more like 11th house Aquarian type energy, but and or direct Aquarian opportunity. Uh, Still somehow I feel like Aquarius's energy came through and said, "Hey, y'all, that ain't the way. That ain't the way. Y'all need to, you know, X, Y, Z." And Aquarius looking like, "For real? Are you sure?" I mean, Virgo, are you sure? Hey, don't take my word for it. Check it out. Virgo checking it out. Well, Aquarius, the 11th house, let us know X, Y, Z. I feel like that even gives some context as to why some of the pentacles were potentially in reverse too. That rebellion, that going against the grain type energy. Are you sure it's going that way? Hey, don't take my word for it. Check it out. And maybe there was that type of checking it out. Like, oh, wait a minute. And that type of delay, that type of, well, we're not ready yet. Because if you're talking about going against the grain, revolutionary things coming out, and it's like, I don't know what position to take. Like, are we really flipping the script like this? You know, Five of Swords in reverse. Or are we upright like this? Still Five of Swords in reverse. Choose your battles. Don't go at it at a win at all cost mentality type. All right, well, I guess we'll take your word. I mean, thanks for the heads up, 11th house. But we're gonna have to check that out for sure. That's gonna take a little bit of time to investigate that. All right, Virgo, here goes my Seven of Swords. You want to take this one? I keep on can't have it. I can't help myself but to go into the fantasy mode and start elaborating like that. It must be the Pluto in the 11th house we talked about retrograde, because it's almost like, okay, y'all, yeah, of course, 11th house, we're gonna have to check that out because we can't make that decision overnight. You're talking about a whole revolutionary going against the grain. Yeah, and y'all are gonna need to be over here on that. Are you sure, Aquarius? And some of the sixth house task force, yeah, we're on it. We're over there. Some other of the sixth house task force, we'll stutter. Oh, we can't wait for you to finish, Virgo. Go and do your. We're still over here. Yeah, yeah, go. Come on, Aquarius, let's go. That feels like that was what we've seen in the seventh house the other day, and no wonder I couldn't even get a pulse on that seventh house. I barely got some energy. There was a lot of Seven of Swords over there too, man. That was an interesting storyline that played out, man. I think I still have a little bit of it up. But anyhow, y'all, that's pretty interesting. I'm seeing this type of energy here. So it's like, oh, well, it's almost like Aquarius. Okay, yeah, y'all check that out because we're gonna need you to be on it. And at the end of the day, we really don't care what side you're on, but we're just letting you know what's up. Here goes. Take this Seven of Swords. Wow, Aquarius, that's one of the most beautiful Seven of Swords I've ever. Yeah, got it back, and well, you want me to tell you about it? Yeah, Aquarius, sit down by the fire. Let's have a drink. Okay, Aquarius. Wow, where'd you get this? Yep, that was my great, 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 great grandfather's Seven of Swords. Way back in the mountains of, in the deep seas of. Oh, wow. Yeah, you guys gonna take this Seven of Swords. You're gonna need that on this one because we ain't had a revolution like this and it's been 20 years. And, because when did we read about, was it Pluto on its longest transit? Making its way 20 years. Anyways, guys, one of these bodies is slow moving and it's stationed itself. I think it was an Aquarius. But don't hold me to it. Let me quit. So yeah, Pluto retrograde in Aquarius runs from May 6th to October 15th, 2026, shifting external collective pressures into a deep internal period of personal transformation, turning inward. So yeah, we read about it. Rather than causing outward chaos like fast-moving planetary retrogrades, Pluto moves slow and pulls focus towards your subconscious inner truth and hidden personal power dynamics. As far as authenticity and empowerment, the transit challenges you to shed outdated labels, rigid expectations, and old versions of yourself that no longer align with who you are. Mm. Let me read that again. I kind of stumbled. Authenticity and empowerment. The transit challenges you to shed outdated labels, rigid expectations, and old versions of yourself that no longer align with who you are. I feel like that really resonates with what was being stated with, you know, the 11th house and the 6th house energy and a neutral orientation, and what was being described over here, the 7 of Pentacles, reflecting, is this what we stand for? It may have worked in the past, but does it still work today? Especially with the revolutionary energies that are coming onto the stage. So the 5 of Swords in reverse, talking about the inward nature of it. And it's interesting too, because this 5 of Swords talking about the inward introspective nature of it. And that's pretty much what the Hermit embodies. The Hermit is all about that introspective realization taking place, healing, alchemization, higher learning, higher vibration. But again, it talks about authenticity and empowerment in this transit. Also, discernment in relationships. Thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. I appreciate you so much, guys. Discernment in relationships. This planet position in Aquarius, in retrograde, Pluto. Wow, guys. And so remember how Venus had been in the 6th house. And Venus has just made its arrival in its own regent constellation of Libra, the 7th house. But it had been in Virgo. And so, Venus is that planet of love, relationship, marriage, and it was in Virgo for a minute. So all the many different signs from all over the chart was coming into Virgo's 6th house, because that's where the planet of love and relationships was. So also, Virgo, they themselves, looking at this perspective with the 6th house and Aquarius connections. So talking about discernment in relationships. Discernment in relationships. How about their relationship? Let's see what it says. With supportive tension from other planetary alignments, you may feel more guarded, choosing to share your inner world and future plans with only those who have earned your trust. Interesting that was pretty much what was playing out on the stage, even though I was a little bit joking a bit, but it was totally, hey Virgo, what's going on? Where are you at? The Aquarian going, oh, I know where Virgo is. There you go in your little Virgo cave. What's going on, Virgo? Only on a need-to-know basis. 7 of Swords type energy. Hey Aquarius, what's up? What y'all doing? Type energy. Underground.
private, on a need-to-know basis. We were talking about that. Reminding me again, yeah, these little hypothetical scenarios are just to give play, like just to give a structure for your storyline to fit in as it may and if it resonates. So this is perfect to read about the planetary alignments and to be able to find its place in that scenario, that hypothetical that was given just to add structure for one to fit it in. Oh wow, that's what we talked about right there. Huh, yeah, only with those in position of trust. So again, discernment in relationship with supportive tension from other planetary alignments. So that totally fit in when we were talking about, oh, remember guys, Venus was just in Virgo. And we were reading about, so all the things, the planet, so what did it say? With supportive tension from other planetary alignments, you may feel more guarded. And again, it's like other planetary alignments. Oh, and this in the 11th house is the world stage. So the world stage, large groups and organizations, that's where you'll find everybody at the end of the day, right? Everybody, including Pisces, right? Because we really talk about that when we get to the 12th house, like everybody's energy. We've gone through all of the 11th houses. Now we're in the 12th. But low key, Aquarius too is in the 11th house, but everybody on the stage of the world stage of the 11th house. All right, what does it say? Discernment in relationships with supportive tension from other planetary alignments. You may feel more guarded, choosing to share your inner world and future plans only with those who have earned your trust. Moving on to the next subheading, talking about collective versus personal power. Because Aquarius rules community, technology, and collective networks, aka the world stage, this period asks you how you use your voice and personal agency within groups or online spaces. Isn't that low key what we have been talking about too, guys? Oh, yeah. And the 11th house reading that we did just today, huh? Oh my goodness. Yes, we did. We just talked about that. There it goes, yo. Remember, in the 11th house, when we were looking at the Queen of Cups in the 6th position, and the 8th position, which was representing external atmosphere energies, was the 8 of Fire. That was the communication, the communicative energies. It was describing clearing the air, but I said, how is this air being cleared? So we went and we clarified it to check out what's in there, but also had to say, well, you know what? Before getting into these clarifiers, generally speaking, the 8 of Fire talks about electronic correspondences, electronic communicators. So guys, it's feeling like this is social media, technology, worldwide stage, what TV, radios, you know, podcast, etc. So where am I going with that? Collective versus personal power. Because Aquarius rules community, technology, and collective networks, this period asks how you use your voice and personal agency within groups or online spaces. So yeah, we've been talking about it throughout ever since we got into the 11th house, especially. Is that when? But we've definitely been talking about it, guys. Especially about when we were looking at these groups and the group think pieces, collecting the data, collecting the evidence, and it looked like they were, in a way, starting to position themselves as the lawyer, I don't want to replace them with lawyers, but there's lawyers that actually do have their own spaces They got the doctors, they got the careers, they got the accolades, they got the credentials. They're lawyers that are on these spaces in position to speak on it to the collective. That is true. I was about to say, hey, because I always got to be careful to make sure that I'm not uh, diminishing professionals in their path on their with their credentials and stuff. I can't do that. But so I wanted to double check. Oh yes, yes, there are. They're in the spaces as well. Okay. So continuing to what I was saying, interestingly enough, this shift we're starting to see for the people, by the people, take and reshape this their empowerment and start to speak for the people, by the people, collecting the data, collecting the evidence. Yes, all manner of forms of professional expertise are now in the collective data spheres on the stage. That is correct, on the world stage. So again, collective versus personal power, because Aquarius rules community, technology, and collective networks. This period asks you how you use your voice and personal agency within groups or online spaces. So this is very interesting. This is so now with all of that, I was about to say, I was joking like, oh, my memory, guys. Is it Pluto the one that makes its long transits that are like 20 years? I think it is, but oh, let me hold it because I don't want to be saying something wrong and be wrong. How long does Pluto stay in a sign? Yes, guys, okay. So Pluto stays in a single zodiac sign for anywhere from 11 to 32 years. Okay, so that's true. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Wanted to double check that. So let's see here. What else? Okay, guys. So hopefully that is enough to show the way the energy is moving through the houses. I think I have confirmations about that, how I was able to look up the data and plug it into the format that was on the table, describing the trajectory and the way the energy is moving through the 11th and 6th house connections, Virgo and Aquarius connections at the moment. So what does it say about the connection of Virgo and Aquarius at the moment for those relationship dynamics? Taking the stage at the moment, it feels like it felt like there is a connection here, and it felt like it's in the ethers, it's in their ESPs, it's in their heart of hearts. It's when they're close, it's when they're far away. Those who are in connection, it feels like there is. Even when there was and described when there was describing some dissonance between them and it was a very, you know, very classy, well thoughtful, what do you call that? The way that they worked together and was able to communicate their differences, even like mutually agree to disagree, kind of like, okay, Virgo, okay, Aquarius, all right, guys, hey, you want to check out the Seven of Swords? Yeah, let's see that. I've never seen that before. Yeah, you're not gonna see one of these. There might be an ancient relic of a Virgo back there. I've seen one of those. It's been a while. Oh, come up here, old man. Let me show you. Oh, yeah. Can I hold it? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I remember one of these babies back in. Yeah, type energy. Like, anyways, that's what it's looking like, guys. So it looks like there's a connection, even if it's at a distance. And they smoothly agree to disagree, and it was looked very collaborative, and it looked very fluid, and it looked very in sync, even when it looked out of sync. It was, because even remember I was talking about, I was expecting them to be over here. Oh yeah, nah,
They cool, but they ain't gonna be on time like how I'm about to be on time. You know, paying it forward, it looks like too. Paying it forward. Some of them paid it forward. Yeah, that's what it looked like. And then because they paid it forward, you know, their Virgo and or the Aquarius, however it went, was right there on time with it. Here you go. We told you we got you. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what's up. But you know I wasn't counting on you. Type energy. We paid it forward, but we didn't know what you was gonna do with that. Yeah, but you know, we talked about it. We talked about it. I have to give some to the Aquarian because I was being generous to the Virgos. Who knows how it went? It looked like we were sleeping. We wasn't ready. Aquarius came and popped some collars like, hey, yo, what y'all doing? You know what's finna to happen, right? Nah, what's gonna happen? Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah, check it out. Gotta go. Type energy. Or hey, it could even be like, hey, Aquarius, you know what? Yeah, what's up? Y'all got that? Y'all working on that? Oh, you know what, Aquarius? It looks like we ain't gonna have that ready by time. For reals? I'm sorry, yo. It looks like we ain't gonna have it. Oh yeah, no, that's okay. Low key, I wasn't waiting on that anyways. But holler, type energy. But anyway, that's what it's looking like as far as those connections. I feel like it looks pretty good. And as far as those connections, that's really, yeah. It, yo, I'm gonna leave it at that. I was about to say as far as those other connections, that's, but I don't want to say anything that I can't see real good right here. So we're gonna put a pin in that, and we're gonna prepare to look at Aquarius in the seventh house, Aquarius and Libra connections in just a moment. Magician peeking through. I was just thinking about how that card fell off the table into a neutral orientation like that. Fell out of my hands, I mean, onto the table like that. Cute. Okay, let's see. All right, Aquarius and Libra. Let's see what goes on. Aquarius and Libra. Speaking of, that Seven of Swords making appearances in the seventh house yesterday. It was yesterday, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see what's up with it. So Aquarius and Libra connections, the 11th and 7th house connections. Interesting. So yeah, Venus finally made it home. It's in the 16th, well, or last I checked. But second deacon. Second deacon. So let's take a look at the second deacon in Libra. Its card is second deacon in Libra. Libra. Second deacon. Oh, well, guys, you know what's interesting? Okay. That's the Three of Swords. That's the Three of Swords. The second deacon. Well, isn't that something, huh? Ain't that something? It's taking the stage in the first position. The Three of Swords. That is Saturn in Libra. Saturn in Libra. Three of Swords. Yo, crazy, huh? Them Seven of Swords was showing up in Libra's reading, like I said, like some ninjas, like some assassins, like some detectives, like some quality assurances, like a rescue mission, like a task force. Man, there's a lot of stuff going on. What's going on? Again, the Seven of Swords is the Moon in Aquarius energy. So let's see what's going on. Okay, but this is the second deacon of Libra, and this is Saturn in Libra. Saturn in Libra. So currently, in real time, Saturn is in Aries, the first house. Saturn is currently in Aries, the first house, and the second deacon as well. Aries, first house, Saturn, second deacon. So let's see, what does that look like? Second deacon of Aries looks like the sun in Aries. That's interesting. Sure. So that's the Three of Fire. The sun in Aries, Three of Fire. Oh, let's see here. Sun in Aries, Three of Fire. So on the stage, we have the Eight of Fire. Interesting. Let's see what else. But what is the Eight of Fire? I feel like there's some Sagittarius energy there, but I could be wrong. Hold on. Eight of Fire, which is on the stage. I feel like it's Sagittarius. Yeah, it is. So that's Mercury in Sagittarius. Mercury in Sagittarius, the 8 of fire. Mercury. So there's a sense of alchemy and temperance there because of Sagittarius's presence, symbolically speaking. That's interesting. Blending elements that don't normally mix well together, like hot and cold, wet and dry. All right, so the 8 of fire typically symbolizes, generally speaking, clearing the air. Oh, remember in the 11th house general reading, we actually seen Sagittarius's energy take the stage. Okay, so anyhow, let's see what's going on. Well, so it looks like there was a heartbreak situation. There was an offense in the recent past. It looks like there's some clearing air as described here, some messages. Now, again, this information, these messages could be on the world stage as described. Like even in the 11th house, this information, somehow coming across this information like, oh, what is my person doing? Could be like that. Somehow the data comes remotely. But anyhow. And so, and it looks like there's divine timing in it all. What's going on with my person? So it looks like whatever is going on feels like it's somehow within a public sphere. Now, I could be, or large group or organization could research and look it up type energy. Aquarius and 7. This is interesting. Aquarius and Libra. Like, whoa, I'm shooting in the dark here, trying to put these pieces together. What is that all about, huh? Now, let's see here. So, I feel like that is definitely a rough sketch. What is that? Shooting in the dark? Like, huh? But, 3 of Swords. And it almost feels like there could be a mutual, like there's offenses on both sides. And there's some sort of remote, long distance communication in regard to it. But on both sides. Now, about it being on the world stage and as had been described as far as this communication, but it could be over some long distant airwaves. Because it feels like there's some distance between it. Now, the reason I said that is because, and I was going to put a 3 of Swords down here because the 3 of Swords was on the table, and then through some additional information I realized, oh wow, the 3 of Swords energy again resonating. But anyhow, so there could be some mutual energy where, for an example, if Aquarius is being named, actually could be Libra. Twin flame soulmate connection for those mirrorings to take place. Feels like there's mirroring. But so let's see, there's that shooting in the dark there. Now let's start over to get clarifiers. Let's see. Yeah. Now that's interesting too. Wow. Remember how I was talking about the mirroring? So here goes the Magician. And here's the Magician too. Magician,
Here goes that magnetic attraction type of energy, what's coming towards you and what's going towards them, clearing the air. And it looks like a collaborative effort as they're moving towards safety. They're moving out of a toxic situation into a better situation, subjectively and relatively speaking, without the context. Uh, still shooting in the dark. I've got to use the expressions that I have. The reason why, I'm putting it kind of careful there because, in the story, but there's no way for me to tell who that is, and it could be someone or something external to even the couples here. That could be, so I don't know about it, but there potentially is a villain in the story that caused the Three of Swords, the heartbreak, the disappointment, backstabbing type energy, and in that case, it looks like there's a collaborative effort here to assist your person in their situation, and it could be a third party situation too, with that Three of Swords. So that information is not necessarily available either. But again, about the Three of Swords, wherever the offense was made and whoever it was made against, or however that goes, the Eight of Pentacles clarifying it talks about this work. Somebody's working, and it looks like they're working towards a means to collaborate, to help each other. And, these two magicians on the stage, it almost looks like, and I think too, in those general readings when we were looking at the SOSs going up and the Seven of Swords going out, etc., and it did feel like there was a lot of woof by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I just barely made it out of that. By the hair of my chinny chin chin, I just barely made it out of that, type of energy. And so here, energetically speaking and describing in its schematic, yeah, you barely made it out by the hair of your chinny chin chin, because it's like there was potentially some timing issues, some things that were out of timing, but you could see how it's just in time. So that whole sentiment that we've been talking about, he may not be when you want him. He might not come when you want him, but he's always on time type energy. That's been a running theme in today's updated readings. Might not come when you want him, but he's always right on time. And we're speaking of the Most High one. That's where that sentiment came from. Speaking about the Most High, God conspiring and to work things out on your favor and answering prayers and miracles. Literally is what it also looks like. By the hair of my chin, I just barely made it out of that one. And there was also a high likelihood in some of our houses where we're talking about good Samaritans, answers to prayers being answered. And it was beautiful because it was in the minor arcana. So this looks like people within their free will moving accordingly to be someone's answer to prayer. Now, Three of Swords and Eight of Pentacles. Oh, Three of Swords and Eight of Pentacles. Oh, now that's real interesting too. So that Three of Swords, when Venus was in Virgo energy, and whoa. So there's a high likelihood that the Libra has Virgo cusp energy too. That's a high likelihood as well. But yeah, because I'm starting to see like some residuals of this help energy to assist healing
offenses and relationship dynamics on the world stage. So, still looking at the sentiment being described symbolically and looking at the references, for example, looking at 7th house and 11th house connections, looking at the love, the Venus, the justice on the world stage. So, we have been seeing that in other houses. It's also making its presence, of course, in Aquarius's house, the 11th house, the world stage. This help embodiment, this service embodiment to heal connections, heal family issues on the world stage. Matter of fact, that was even mentioned when it was first mentioned of, oh, it doesn't necessarily have to progress to the world stage. There's a likelihood that these concerns, this pink elephant, can be resolved in the personal privacy of one's home within their own dynamic. Yeah, and that was like uh, kind of feeling like Virgo and the hermit type energy. What's going on over there with the hermit and the moon? We don't know what's going on. Well, now we can see some of that was going on is healing family issues in the privacy of their home and the privacy of their privacy on a need to know basis, kind of looking like that Pluto in retrograde in the first decan of Aquarius as well. Remember, it was talking to, or wait, was that? I think that was Aquarius. But something about it had Cancer energy in it. Oh, yeah, well, hey, yeah, because it still was talking about Cancer and Aquarius connections. Yeah, yeah, good point. Case in point, yeah. Some of this healing is done on a need to know basis, very private, very private. But it looked like if there was no compromise made in the privacy and decorum of one's home and personal space, then it looked like there was a likelihood that it could make it to the world stage and it could make it to the larger court systems, for example, or the world stage, or hey, you know what, we're talking about the online lawyers and the online specialists with expertise knowledge on the stage now, getting the data together, collecting the information provided and starting to speak on it and starting to collectively start making rulings and judgments and etc. Even in some case moving forward petitions and collectively moving to bring stuff to the judicial stage. At first it was being presented and etc. On the 11th house stage, and especially again reflecting back to Pluto in retrograde is what it was. Yeah, so let's see what else. So there's that energy there. So, and then in that sense, you see a um, you see another storyline and hypothetical working together to show how the 7th house and how the 11th house are collaborating to bring this together and bring it in divine timing together. They're collaborating. So we just described that too, how the 7th house and Aquarius and the 11th house are working together to bring about justice about these offenses. And again, we talked about how there's a probable scenario where it started off in the 3rd house and it started off, in the 4th house, which is more so personal, smaller groups, those on a need to know basis, quiet and personal level. But if and when in those cases they were unable to come to a mutual compromise in the privacy of their own home, there was a potential for these to be exposed and put on the world stage. So there's that context and there's that storyline resonating there. So let's see what else is being stated here. It's like, okay, so now what about the Aquarian and Libra? It's like, have we covered all the bases as far as the basically the houses and planetary aspects and symbolisms and looking at other houses and the world stage and is there anything else talking about Venus and oh well there is something else too, but I gotta look at it because
and Venus in the seventh house, there was a lot of Taurus energy, second house energy, Hierophant energy, contracts. All right, yeah. So you can see that right there, that energy right here. So Eight of Pentacles, interesting. What is the Eight of Pentacles? I feel like that there might be Virgo energy there. Let's see. Eight of Pentacles, whose is that? If I'm wrong, I gotta stand correction. Eight of Pentacles is, okay, yeah, it is. It's the Sun in Virgo. Okay, yeah. So, hey, that confirms what was detected with. There's a high likelihood of cusps, Virgo, Libra. But yeah, the Sun in Virgo was really feeling residual Virgo energy in this reading with Libra. In fact, I was, yeah, picking up on that Virgo energy there. Even when Venus had technically progressed into its own house, likely, now it's like, why was I picking up heavy Virgo energy still? Well, this is the Sun in Virgo, and there's the Three of Swords in Libra, the second decan of Libra, Three of Swords. So let's see, what else? So, yeah, but in all of the earth element, there's always a touch of Taurus and Capricorn. But the fact that I'm picking up heavier Sun and Virgo energy, I feel like that resonates with the translation that was stated. You know, if things are unable to settle and come to terms in the privacy of one's home, then there's a likelihood that it can progress to the world stage. But here would suggest that there's still a higher likelihood that these issues and concerns are going to be taken care of in the privacy of one home. Because here you're looking at the embodiment of the world stage. So you could see this prepping to move into the world stage. However, there's the Sun in Virgo, but even the Sun in Virgo, yeah, actually. Okay, but what did I say? The Sun in Virgo. So yeah, guys. Matter of fact, where do we actually see the sun? Oh, I was like, where do we actually see the sun actually hidden on the Virgo? Well, and it's technically the Hermit because we don't necessarily want the a particular sign to hijack a reading, but yeah, the sun hitting on the Virgo. Symbolically speaking, it was talking about the Hermit, something that was done hidden, but starting to hit the light. Yeah, of expose. So yeah, if the situation, if it resonates, is unable to rectify in privacy, it looks like there's a high likelihood that it'll hit the world stage type energy, as described. So, what was I saying? We had seen in our other houses, like in the third house, for an example, that they were working towards, in the fourth house too, working towards coming with the resolution, trying to deal with it in the privacy of their among themselves in their group. And we did see that there was still residual energies of them going ahead and tying up the loose ends and handling that in private. But okay, so that resonates with that energy hitting the stage here too, though. This in preparation too. I was going to repeat myself, but let's see what else. So I think here we got a reading there. But as far as the actual Libra and Aquarius connections, what are we looking at? The Aquarius and Libra connections, what are we looking at as far as that? All right, but we can't deny that even for these connections, for the Aquarian and Libra themselves, has a high likelihood to resolve their issues as well. If there was an offense in over here, the Three of Swords type of energy, that there's a high likelihood that they're resolving, they're healing those situations, that heartbreak, that situation, healing it and moving out of toxicity into a better situation, all within divine timing and alignment, and also they, perfect timing here, where they may even realize how important their relationship is, coming out of the cold with one another. It looks like being there for one another just in the nick of time. So that looks like a high potential right there, describing. And it looks like it takes them on a higher level out of the cold, and woo, babe, you are definitely my ace in the hole. Might not be there when I want you, but always on time. Oh boy, you definitely rub my nerves, but you're also my ace in the hole. Can't live with you, MFer. Really can't live without you. Big head. Wasn't that going on? You big head type energy. You stinky butt. We said that earlier today. So it feels like that's the sentiment here too that's being described with Libra and Aquarius. Alright, but let's go ahead and pull some other clarifiers. Now I'm going to put a pin in that reading as complete and done, as clarifiers have the potential to reiterate, redirect, and or expound upon and add additional information. So we have soulmate that happens to be on the top of the deck, but let's get into clarifying. Let's see what's going on. Alright, there goes that. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Alright, let's see. Hello chat. Hey guys, thank you for your support on the video and on the channel, and thank you for interacting with me too. So this is interesting how there's mostly, I feel like, a reiteration, but there's also redirection in the third position, especially a highlighted area of concern too. And let's see what else. Okay, so I was mostly looking at rescue missions and them working in tandem to help one another and bail each other out. And I put a pin in that because that was definitely a complete reading. Of course, there's some others in the collective where, let's see what the clarifier suggests. There was an offense that was made in the Three of Swords right here, and they're working for themselves to pull themselves out of their situation, to pull these knives out of their heart. They're freeing themselves from this pain and backstabbing. Free yourself. It's time to take your control. It's time to take back control of your life. So they've been hurt in this connection, and they're pulling the swords out of their heart, working to pull themselves out of their situation, and they get themselves out of their situation and getting to know one another. So I feel like there is a SOS here. There is an ace in the hole here, but it could be a third party, that comes. So not necessarily they in the connection, It could be them in the connection, but it could, and we kind of talked about that already when I said there is a villain in this story somewhere, because here's the Three of Swords. I don't really necessarily know where the other villain is. It could be um, one of you in your connection that's the villain in your story. It could be somebody outside of your connection in the story. That information is not available. Over here, it almost suggests that, well, let me see here. I was going to say it almost suggests that the villain is in your connection, Aquarius Libra. I was gonna say, but then I had to pause and actually say, no, actually, there's still a high likelihood that the offender, that the villain in the storyline is not Libra and Aquarius, but somebody outside of your connection. And it almost looks like, too, that, um, but no, I still have to say I'm not sure because of what happens next. But the reason why I do say that, it's somebody. Hold on. See, I'm confused. The three of swords. There's too many people on the stage. Hold on, guys. Wait. But what I'm getting to is that it's getting to know each other. Yeah, let's be vague. That's how come I'm getting dissonance. I try to be vague so that you can put your unique storyline in context if it does resonate, how you see fit, etc., etc. Yeah, because let me talk about it. It's getting to know each other. So I don't know who the villain is. We'll go back to there. Getting to know each other implies, though, that there's something new about your connection. That whatever happened here, your ace in the hole, you have getting to know each other. So you might be new, still learning each other. But again, how I said too, I still can't tell if it's actually the Aquarius and the Libra that are actually ascending in a way in their karmic pattern. I think we already described it. Looks like you come together better than you were ever before in some capacity. Big head, stinky butt type. Can't live with you, can't live without you type energy. Because you could be learning something new about each other. You could be learning something new about each other that you never knew, but then that makes you friends for life. And then type energy, friends for life type energy. It almost reminds me of, but I was going to mention a public figure who started to say that type of energy. Was it Will and Jada? And we're feeling some Virgo Libra cusp energy. Now, I don't know if that's because I don't follow anybody fast that close, but I remember they were saying something about friends for life, but it was giving that friends for life type, big head, stanky butt, get out of my face now type energy, because I still don't trust your ASS. There's deception right here too. So that's how I was like, ooh, well, how am I getting deception over here at the end of the day? Cause it could be that too, like boy or woman, you know, yo, I need you to come over here and help me out with this. What you talking about? Help you out with what? Shoot, I'll tell you when you get here. Boy, you tell me right now, I might not come. Oh, it's embarrassing. All right, tell me when I get there then. You know, kind of like, well, does it go to the world stage or is it still on a need to know basis within those that you trust? Hey, you know what? It's like that with us. I'll be there. Tell me about it when I'm there. I trust you enough that, but it's almost like no deception. Do you trust them that much? You might want them to tell you over the phone. That type of energy, but it's almost like, all right, tell me when you get there. uh, yeah, we're on it like that, boy. But I guess in that point, you know who you're dealing with, so you know if you need to come prepared to meet all obstacles, because you don't know what it is. Yeah, I was hearing somebody say the other day, like, would I call you? Trigger warning and stuff. This is colorful for artistic value and for educational purpose. I was hearing the other day though, somebody said, "Yo, I forgot how they said it, but when I call you, that means come strap." When I call on you, that means come strap. That's low key what that means. Yo, I can't tell you what it is, but come, come get. I need you, type energy. Oh, all right then.
I know what that means. Tell me when I get there then. You know, strap, come. But anyhow, that does kind of give that type of energy of getting to know each other, just to put context in, colorful context in how you could be very familiar. Y'all could be locked in like that, going through something for real, for real. But then it's almost like perfect timing too with that magician energy. Like, well, y'all was just about to knock off the map, about to knock each other off the map for life. But then divine timing, the universe steps in, talking about where are you going? This is low key. This is your person for real. You're not going anywhere. Type. Oh, for reals, y'all. I was just about to knock you off of my whole. You was about to get mine eraser like the man in black. I was about to flash you out. But type of getting to know each other, because then when you get there it's like, what are you doing over here? I know, right? Yeah. And you said you would. I know, right? Oh my god, getting to know each other, it could be that part. Oh, did you bring what I? Yeah, I got it. All right, let's do this type. And for all we know, there again, who's the villain in this story? It could be y'all two on a deception. Seven of Swords. All right, got it. Two swordsmen. Got it. Somebody's getting finessed out of the situation. What do we say? This magician tends to talk about synchronicity, divine timing. Everything's ready for the Big Bang. Mr. and Mrs. Right unite. But it also could be a finesser. Did they Seven of Swords finesse? You know what I'm saying? Somebody. Deception. Who's the villain in this story? I guess I'm not supposed to know, right? Names have been changed to protect the energy. To protect the energy. um. All right, but that's what I'm getting in this reading for now. Let's see if there's anything else. We'll move to the 8th house to look at Aquarius and Scorpio energy. Scorpio's connection with Aquarius. Finances and career. Flirt. Oh, just when I thought I was moving on. What about finances and career? Could be something going on in regard to that. Finances and career. Because this is a work and this is offense. I mean, something didn't go right. What about the finances and career? Is there something to this? Still in the 7th and 11th house? Unexpected income. Interesting. Card number 27. Unexpected income. Finances and career. Lovers. Card 15. And main man. Card number 1. Alright, so it could be having something to do with money, career, finances, as far as that bailout, rescue mission, rescue plan. Maybe has something to do with that. And let's see, is there anything else? Great fortune. Wealthy man. Main man. What's interesting too, that it talks about an offense potentially regarding if there is a third party type of situation, it does suggest that one of them financially is not doing as well as the other one. Financially. Let's see if there's anything else. Let's see, we're gonna put that there. Great Fortune, card 26. Sudden Wealth, card number 11. Main Man. Sudden Wealth. Well, so it feels like, too, there might be some sort of offense in regard to somebody. For lack of better expression, the word that came to mind is like choosing up, or kind of like upgraded, where they, their person ran into some sudden wealth and that they're not included in it. Kind of like they got to see their person, like they got to see their person glow up without them. Glow up without them. Because they just chose up, or they just was abundant with. And it looks like there was an offense in the connection, a heartbreak, like cheating, an offense, a backstab. So then that ace in the hole that was described, type energy, came up in the scene and made an abundance together, became a dynamic power couple together. They're doing something, yeah, and I don't necessarily see a new chapter right now in the picture, but the first major arcana, the Magician, well, sequentially in order, the Apprentice represents the new chapter, the new beginning, and that's the Cerro, the zero major arcana. So sequentially it comes before the Magician, which is the first major arcana. So it's almost to insinuate that they've moved into a new beginning, moved into a new chapter. Their energy is moving on with that type of realized abundance. And then in that context, it almost looks like this energy is describing with this person that has this newfound abundance, kind of like pulled out of the connection because of the offense. Now this person kind of look like they have a sense of lost value, lost, and they're having to work hard to try to recoup their losses with the diminished value now that they're dealing with because of the offense and the loss. It almost also looks to that extent as well. Oh, and then it falls into context where we were looking at the person of interest seeing something on the big screen, and that came into the 11th house reading, I think in the general daily readings, where this energy was on the big screen, and it was like, so the court was seeing something about their person on the screen, and they were clutching their pearls and they were turning their heads because they didn't want to see it, type energy. Looks like that's resonating there too. Like the glow up is on the world stage, so to speak, so they can't not see it. It's in their face. But then let's see, with that storyline, let's see what else can be
clarified and stated. So I gotta put a pin in that one as complete. And let's see. Love yourself first. So I feel like that's a confirmation that they're pulling themselves up, out of their situation. They gotta work themselves back up. Love yourself first. They gotta see their person glowing up on the stage, on the world stage, can't turn away from it. It's hitting them in the face. They're watching it. Love yourself first. It's like you'll be okay, but you gotta have a sense of personal wealth. And then that part points to the second house with Chiron in the second house, the wounded warrior. Speaking of, there's some things that are happening externally and will be realized and catalyzed internally with the incentives, the inspiration to raise one's value and self-worth and self-esteem. So it resonates in this reading too, with that mention. And it looks like, with the subtle hint of second house energy as we were feeling it there. But, a wounded warrior type energy. It's interesting. Wounded warrior. Where is it on the stage? Well, mostly feeling it in Aquarius's general reading. But, let's see, I'll continue. Love yourself first. Religious factors. So it speaks to the dissonance, like the offense, for an example, over here. Speaking of, wow. Religious factors, and so what was the planetary position that's assisting with dislodging and, getting away from the rigid, I think it's the North Node that's currently in Aquarius, South Node that is in Leo right now. Speaking on that type of energy to religious factors. That could be philosophical, hardwired thought patterns that are being revolutionized, going through a change. And I think it was, like I said, I gotta look it up again. I believe it's North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. So it's interesting. So it feels like there's kind of more South Node Leo energy there, where it's talking about shows your past comfort zone. It represents habits like needing constant applause, acting like royalty, or making everything about you. Yeah, because that said it a little harsher in this breakdown. But all I put, like last time I put North Node in Aquarius, and I think I fully typed out South Node in Leo, but this time I only put North Node in Aquarius. And even with that, there's usually going to be a counterpart talking about the South Node in Leo, because they work in tandem together. But a North Node in Aquarius means your soul's purpose is to move away from individual ego and towards community, teamwork, and future-focused goals. Core meaning, so it talks about the North Node, which is currently in Aquarius, shows your future growth. It asks you to share your unique ideas with groups, support equal rights, and think about the greater good. So hey, even in that situation, it feels like too that there's an opportunity for big head and stinky butt who was feeling left out and even had to roll up their shoulders and hey, have that real moment of, oh my goodness, look at my person off there, and feeling the grief of loss. But it still looks like there's an opportunity for reconciliation in that near future, even with that energy stated there. Yeah, that could still be the big head, stinky butt walking off into the sunset, but there's still that deception
that came into the picture. So that scenario still is on the table. And we put a pin in it anyways, but I'm still seeing it here. And yeah, before I was able to move on to our next house like I thought I was, I felt that energy there about finances and career. Oh, what is that about? But it looks like there's a high potential for Big Head and Stinky Butt to come out of the cold, and also to regain the value, to get, to reinstate with the values, um, and the abundance that Aquarius got with the new person, for an example, and or Libra got, and they both got, or however, and it becomes shared again. And that points to the seventh house too, generally speaking. The seventh house talks about shared resources and partnerships. So there's a high likelihood that there was the realization, and there goes the catalyst that we were talking about with the wounded healer in the second house. Thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. Yeah, I got kicked off, and it's always reminding me that I'm about 4 hours, 4.5 hours in. Didn't even realize that. Um, all right, we're only in the well, at least we're in the seventh house. That's halfway through. So let's see here. Where was I at? Yeah, there's a possibility for Big Head and Stinky Butt to get together, recoup the losses. But we were talking about the wounded warrior in the second house. This moment of pause and realization of, oh my gosh, my person, that's a bad MFer over there. Look at him walking off into the sunset with somebody new, type energy. And ooh, I lost a lot of value and I'm hurting without them, type energy. But it looked like that was divinely purposeful, which is like that magician energy coming on the stage. That pause was orchestrated by the universe to give you that time of reflection, also to realize intrinsically and internally your worth, raise your value. Hey, that mistake that took place, and for an example, maybe bet on the wrong horse even, and chose, and violated your connection. But it almost looks like that's where you were back then. That's where your standards were back then. And for all we know, your person over there was definitely culprit as well for, and there's this intrinsic understanding between the two of you. And it's like getting together, addressing the pink elephant, healing your family issue situations, realizing, taking accountability on both sides. Hey, you know what, I understand you did what you did because I did what I did. And both of y'all taking accountability. It looks like that type of energy. But why did it happen? Raising your value on both sides is what it looks like. Because remember, I'm reminded when we first came into this house, there was Three of Swords on both sides. And it felt very much like, oh, it looks like there's offenses on both sides. It looks like you guys are mirroring each other. And I'm looking at, this looks like a twin flame connection. You tell me to preach? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, sweet pie. I think my doggy said, you cooking now. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah, and thank you for your support on the video and on the channel too, guys. Appreciate you so much. So, yeah, that's what that looks like. And then, yeah, because Stinky Butt and Big Head coming out of the cold together and recouping their losses, and, combining the shared resources, and realizing that they really can't live without each other. Can't live without each other type energy. And let's see. So, oh yeah, and all of that came about with this religious factors being realized over here. And so it felt like heavy North Node, South Node. So we were reading about that. North Node, South Node. That's fine, the wounded healer. But again, what's it talking about? Okay, so North Node in Aquarius shows your future growth. It asks you to share your unique ideas with groups, support equal rights, and think about the greater good. South Node in Leo shows your past comfort zones. It represents habits like needing constant applause, acting like royalty, or making everything about you. And then this other subheading talking about the goal. The goal is to learn to care about the collective instead of just seeking your personal fame. So anyhow, how can we, make that a little more objective and not so harsh? Like, ooh, who hurt you? AI, who hurt you? Google. No, just kidding. um, but the greatest good, like in this situation, we're looking at multiple people of interest, in the picture, multiple family, multiple double lives, even polyamorous connections, blended families, children, innocent people, and you know so the greatest good, the greater good, learn to care about the collective instead of just seeking personal fame. So the life lessons: ditch the ego, stop needing praise or approval from everyone around you, join the team, work with communities and friends to build a better future, value objectivity, look at life with logic and fairness rather than pride. All right, guys, so that was a little bit harsher. But so, religious factors. So, religious factors is the card that comes in when it's talking about philosophical, hard line, hard, hardcore thought processes that come to terms with potentially being outdated, antiquated, rigid, and not applicable for today's day and age. Religious factors, philosophy, thought patterns that cause some dissonance. And so, the perfect scenario to fit that back into is the second house, where Chiron is retrograded and raising one's value system. The old thought process was rendering, you know, heartbreak, even breaking one's own heart or breaking each other's heart. But, raising your value systems, raising your values. And, all right, so let's see what else. You deserve love. Soulmate. Reconciliations. All right, confirmation of the reconciliations. That's what I was feeling over there. Release your ex. Release your ex. What else? Hey, well, especially the one that I don't know what to say. Dot dot dot. Let me not say. Release your ex. Past life relationships is what was stated there. And you deserve love. So repeating, I was about to say though, it looked like they had bet on the wrong horse and their value had diminished and all types of stuff. So release your ex. But let's see what's going on. I mean, that could be one of the pink elephants. Well, let me not add to or try to take away from. Let's see the third position. Soulmate. Trust. You deserve love. Release your ex again. Unrequited love. Reconciliation. Pay attention to the red flags. Chemistry. Free yourself. Romantic feelings. Alright, so hey, I feel like that is confirmed too, because we were still seeing the deception and the red flags and all that was happening in that position, not in, and that's where it was. Deception originally was the clarifier over here, and you still seeing those sentiments over there. Red flags. Pay attention to the red flags. Unrequited love. So it still looked like big head and stinky butt, because it's like, I love you and I can't live without you and you're my ace in the hole and we're friends for life, but we really are bumping heads again. Reconciliation. So it's almost like, well, release your ex. It's almost like, well, it's almost in context of, you're telling me to release my ex, release your ex. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I seen you on the world stage with somebody. Who was that? Stop gaslighting me. I already seen it in real time. What do you mean? You keep on harping on me about release my, yeah, but your ex, yeah, diminished your value. They ain't got what you want. Look, you know, type, the back and forth. Anyhow, guys, pay attention to the red flags. Hey, for all we know, it's the ex that really has the deception. The ex that's the exploitation. The ex that's trying to ride the wave because they're trying to get cash in on what you and your person has. Release your ex, release your ex, release your ex. Who's the villain in this storyline? All right, guys. So I'm just looking at Aquarius in the 7th house. So it looks like we're going to have to come back in another stream, as I was just kicked off of this one because it looked like we had gone on too long. And yeah, and come back and do another part. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate your support on the channel and on the video. So I'm going to come over here and pick up these, clean up the reading table and prepare to take a break, actually. And come back as soon as possible to pick up and look at more connections in the between Aquarius. All right, so there we have that for Libra and Aquarius. Let's see. And there goes the Page of Fire. Speaking of, there's Temperance energy there, Sagittarius' energy there, 9th house energy there, higher learning of the physical body, transportation, movement, transit, traveling of the physical body and the physical mind. Let's see what's going on. Oh, right here. Okay. All right. Let's see what else. All right. Okay, romantic feelings, reconciliation. Romantic feelings, you deserve love. Romantic feelings, children. Calling in your soulmate. Forgiving and learning. Yay. Okay. Yo, I was geeking out about something totally different. Because these necessarily aren't really that positive clarifiers. Romantic feelings. Pay attention to the red flag. You know, that's not a place to be laughing and all like that. Yay. See, I almost missed the red flag. Pay attention to the red flag. All giddy and caught up in the 6 of Cups, nostalgic energy, romantic feelings. Pay attention to the red flag. Pay attention to the red flag. Is it, well, it says it is safe for you to love. Pay attention to the red flag. It is safe for you to love.
You know, it reminds me of something that I realized in my youth a while back. Oops, I almost forgot it. I'm glad it came back to mind to remind me of when I realized, you know, how do you trust? You know, how do people trust? How do you trust again after a violation? You know, and I realized because you remember what you can trust them with and what you can't trust them with. Until, you know, sometimes it's like until they show you otherwise, but for now, you know, remember what you learned because sometimes a lot of people continue to get offended again and again. And so I'm glad this came back up even for my benefit because I almost forgot. And but when I realized that at first, I was pretty much unstoppable. Oh yeah, I trust you, all right, because I know what I can trust you with. And usually people have strong points of where you can trust them, and sometimes and they tend to have weak points where you can't trust them, and they seem to never fail to disappoint. But I feel like people continue to hurt themselves when they continue to trust somebody when that person keeps showing you exactly where you can trust them and where you can't trust them. And usually the reason why people continue to hurt again and again and again by these people because there's a reason why you haven't cut them out of your life. They have very strong qualities. For example, where you can trust them, oh man, you can pretty much bet on it. You can trust them and you need that. You need that in them, you know? And so that's why they're around. That's why they're friends for life because where you can trust them, oh boy, they are your ace in the hole. You know, even as this storyline illustrated. You know, Libra and Aquarius, for an example. You know, and I was chuckling to myself with the when I was reading the thing and I almost forgot to pay attention to the red flag myself. Well, because I was geeked out and reminiscing because at first the whole big head and stinky butt came about in the third house. And that's when that term kind of came out today, big head and stinky butt in the third house because it was playing out that way where it was like can't live with you, can't live without you. And then it was playing out with you know, you know, I was about to go revisit it again, but that storyline was really, it was really freaking cute, I thought. So that's why I was geeking out laughing. But back again, yeah, that's why they're your friends for life, you know, lovers for life. Because where you could bet on them, and in this storyline, even, it was like, hey, who's going to pull up strap for you for reals? Who's going to be the one that knows exactly where to go get this? And you don't even have to say it. They can finish your sentence. Like, hey, where you at? Big head, you think I'm coming over there and I don't know where you at and where you, and you know, going off the way you know that they're gonna go off like, shh, babe, for reals. I'll tell you when you get here. Ah, it's like that for real, babe. Yeah, it's like that. I'll tell you when you get here. I already know. All right, then I'll be there. You know, that means pull up strap. Be ready for anything. And who are you gonna call on to show up like that for reals, right? And who are you gonna show up for like that for reals? That MFer that ain't going nowhere without a fight? Like, oh man. Yo, and then you come to terms with realizing, shoot, I ain't ready for my person to leave. Not they're gonna have to come through me before, you know, and it's like that love that defeats armies, the passion that is fearless, you know. And fearlessness comes over because of the love type energy. Who can you call on like that? You know, but there was still the deception and the seven of sword type energy at the end of the story, even with the reconciliation. Reminder, pay attention to the red flags, but also that's okay, you know where you can trust them and remember where you can't trust them. Yeah, you know, type energy. Hey, how did I get off on that part? Well, anyways, guys, want to thank you so much for your support on the video and on the channel. Signing off for now, and we'll be back as soon as possible. Till next time, peace.